lay your own turf too. Not turf. You could lay your own grass.
So yeah, that I'm a little more comfortable with.
Yeah, you'd
but-
still want to tear it down a bit, put in some soil, and are we live?
Yeah, we're live.
Oh, there we go.
I mean, yeah, our show starts in 90 seconds.
Hi, friends.
So happy that y'all are here with us. What it do, baby? Lazy, Dr. David, Will Z, what's happening?
Will Z's in the house. Plugged in.
What's up, Manny? Warren? Yes, indeed. Super, super sad to see that.
Yeah.
Super sad to see that.
Open it up and boom, there it was. Wasn't at all happy to see that.
Y'all good in here? Tyler, what's good? James been doing a lot of talking. He's had 2 podcasts in the last 12 hours.
A lot of podcasts.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey. Come on in, man. Get comfortable. We welcome you in here to the Wednesday, May 24th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's James Ham.
Acknowledge me.
The Caraway will be back with us on Tuesday. As a reminder, we're going to be off Friday and Monday for Memorial Day, and then we'll be back with you. Got a text about what may be going on Tuesday. Not going to share with you just yet. But we've got some plans for when the show returns in full form on Tuesday. So, again, appreciate you for being with us. Lots to dive into. We were talking with the Chatty House, and James and I were talking, just moments ago. We found out we lost the queen of rock and roll. Tina Turner passed away at 83. One of my favorites, man. I saw the very last production of Tina Turner the musical on Broadway in New York last August when I went to New York. And that was, we got really, really lucky in that regard because I was going to see the Michael Jackson musical, and the Tina musical was scheduled to end in May, and they extended it to August. And we just happened to be able to catch the very last show. They brought back some of the original performers from the first run, and it was extraordinary. It's an incredible story that has been told. Her story has been told so many times, be it through the musical or through the big screen, of course, with Angela Bassett and Lawrence Fishburne and What's Love Got to Do with It. She recently told her story on an HBO documentary, which is, it's just phenomenal. It's worth going out of your way to watch. But she has always been one of my favorites. And even though I knew she was 83, when you get those messages, they're still kind of jarring when you find people that you listen to, you've enjoyed for so long pass away.
Yeah, absolutely horrible to hear that. We both were sitting here, just flicked on Twitter just as it started to break, and just a sad day, like incredible rock and roll legend, and just a cultural icon, and just incredible. Like her music in the 80s was just wild. and 70s, 80s. I mean, just incredible.
Yeah, Ike was big, when it was Ike and Tina was so into the R&B and the blues, and when she separated from Ike, that's what they wanted her to do. She's a black woman. They wanted her to sing R&B. And she's like, I don't want to do that. I want to be Mick Jagger. Like, I want to sing rock and roll songs. And thus came, some of the classic albums of the 80s and into the early 90s. But an incredible sound. She really did try to escape the spotlight later in her life. As James was reading, she was in Switzerland when she passed away. And there's a line in the documentary, the HBO documentary, that's really good. It's talking to her husband, and he was like, this is it. This is the last you're going to hear from Tina. This is the last Tina's going to talk about her life and her story. Like this, the Broadway play is out. That'll tell the story. You guys have seen What's Love Got to Do with It. Like that'll tell the story. And then you're not going to hear from her anymore. And she didn't. And you didn't. Like, she really did want to just kind of get away from the spotlight. And that she's pretty much done that in the later years of her life.
Yeah, I mean, I think so many of these stars, they deserve that, to be able to go away, to not have to be on all the time, to not have to be worrying about cameras and paparazzi and everything else. Like, it's a hard life that a lot of these people live. And, stardom, everyone's, they would trade anything to be famous and to have that. But at the same time, the other things that come with it, and being so honest about your personal story, like she had been, I think, she became more than just like an artist. She became someone who really helped, lead a lot of women out of bad situations. Her story is just so compelling. And so, just an absolute star. And it's just really sad.
Yeah. And I think that's part of the reason, you talk about all of those, about being famous. So much of her public story is rooted in pain, from the first time that she opened up about Ike Turner to the movie being made. I remember there's a press conference for What's Love Got to Do with it, where Tina's sitting next to Angela Bassett, and someone asked her what she thought of the movie. And she goes, I didn't see it. I don't want to relive that. Like, I relived it writing the book. And like, I think she caught, like, Angela almost had this like, oh my God, look on her face. And she was quick to say, I watched her perform. I saw that, and that was amazing, but I didn't watch the movie. Like, I lived that. I don't want to relive that pain over and over and over again. And there were times where, Ike was arrested, or even when Ike passed away, they'd want to run and ask Tina, and Tina would say, man, that's not my life anymore. Like, I left that life behind. And I think that's a major, major reason she stopped doing all of this public stuff, is because it kept drawing back to the most painful part of her life.
Yeah, I think it, again, we see some of how stars react to some of the things that go on, like, not to bring, like, Jonah Hill talks about how everyone just wants to talk about how he's not fat anymore. And it's just, it's embarrassing for him a lot of times. And the questions that women get in these press junkets and stuff versus what, it's always about, like, Scarlett Johansson talked about, it's always, everyone wants to know whether I'm wearing underwear or not under the Marvel outfit. And like, all of these things, she's like, these questions I get asked that other people wouldn't get asked. And so for someone like Tina Turner to, again, have to live in that world, because she was so honest about it, but have it be sort of what defined her almost as much as the music, is really crazy.
R.I.P. to the queen of rock and roll. And I'll take this opportunity to thank my man, the Dope Ones, Don is Dope, our co-host over on the Corners of the Culture podcast. When you walk into my house, as soon as you step in the door, the stairs are in front of you. And right there on the stairway, there's 2 murals that Don created for me when I texted him this idea when I was in New York. And one is of Michael Jackson and one is of Tina Turner. And those are the first 2 things that you see when you walk into my house. So we posted that picture of the mural that Don made. I think I've posted it on social media before, but I'm not confident. That's over at the D-Lo and KC account if you want to see that on Instagram. So again, RIP to the queen of rock and roll. Tina Turner passes away at 83 years old. As we transition into the fun world of sports, we've got more NBA basketball to play before the NBA Finals get underway. The Celtics answered the call in a major way yesterday, Hammer, and got a win in Miami, 116-99, a huge third quarter, an 18-0 run in that third quarter, and a lot of made threes got the Celtics a victory last night.
Yeah, I think, the stars came out in that third quarter between Jimmy Butler and Jason Tatum going at it. And then one of them kept going and the other one didn't. And the other one had a lot of help too. And so, yeah, I kind of had this feeling coming in that we haven't seen the last of the Celtics. And we discussed it on the podcast last night, me and Sean and Brendan. And they're of the opinion that, it's just, that was one good game. And like they think the series will end. I'm not sure. Because I'll just keep saying it. Celtics are the better team. It's whether they can pull things together and figure it out. But I've always thought that they're the better team. We're talking about a 2 seed versus a 7 or, but an 8. But still, they've been the better team for the last couple of years. And to see them fall apart like this, they were the better team, like 2 weeks ago, and they're playing in Philadelphia. So if they can find themselves, we got a series.
I agree. I realized my one hang up, and it didn't dawn on me until you said that. The last finals, the Warriors and Celtics, I said that for like 7 games. The Celtics are the better team. The Celtics are the better team. The Celtics are the better team until they weren't. And so I wonder, I do feel like the makeup of the Boston Celtics is better. I have a tremendous amount of respect for Miami. If this had been the Lakers-Denver series, and it was the Lakers that had got a victory last night, I would have thought, like Brendan and Sean, that's the one.
Yep.
They got one. We'll see what happens. I feel a little more like you in this Celtics Heat series, because it really feels like the Heat or the Celtics, excuse me, have underperformed for the most part. Doesn't mean the Heat haven't played incredible. It means the Celtics haven't played well. And Windhurst, this is a sentence I normally don't utter. Brian Windhurst, I thought, had a terrific line on the Hoop Collective podcast where he said, this is a series where the underdog refuses to be the underdog and the favorite refuses to be the favorite. Last night might have been the first time where the favorite is like, yo, we're the favorite in this series. Let's go play like we're the number
team.
the number 2 seed.
Yeah.
And they did. And 19 of 45 was the number. 19 of 45 from 3 versus 8 of 32. And I think the number I heard was 37-2. That's the number. Thumbs up from Jesse. 37-2 when the Boston Celtics shoot 40% or better from 3.
Yeah, and it was like really, really evenly dispersed. You had Tatum 4 of 9, 3 of 6 from Horford, 3 of 7 from Derek White, 3 of 9 from Marcus Smart, and 4 of 6 from Grant Williams. That's what they need. Like Jason Tatum can't do this on his own. Even, Jaylen Brown didn't have the type of game that you kind of hope that he does have, the breakout game, but I'm sure he did other things. He's a well-rounded player, but like this is it's going to be a battle. I don't think this thing is over, and I think it's going to be fun to watch. And as I don't want to be disrespectful to the Miami Heat, because I think what we've talked about a lot with the Denver Nuggets is how I feel like, and Michael Malone feels like they've been disrespected the whole time. It's like, they figured things out. Rui Hachimura will shut down Nikola Jokic. Okay, that didn't happen. We get all the way to the end, and it's about how LeBron is just tired from playing so many games, and he might retire, and it just takes away from the luster of who they are and what they've done. I feel a little different with the Miami series, because like I think that they're a quality team, but they hadn't proved it. They haven't shown it all year. Now they have injuries stacking up, and you start to wonder just who and what they can be. And I still think Boston is is a superior team. It's just whether or not they figured it out. And, we just watched Denver win 4 in a row. So it's not like winning 4 in a row is out of the realm of possibility. We just watched Miami win 3 in a row to start the series. So can Boston win 4 in a row and bring this thing and make it to the finals? I don't know. I want to see at least one more game to see if, like just how they look. Even if they win, you want to see how they win, but like, do they still have something?
Jesse, what was the note? The Celtics haven't lost 4 in a row in 2 years?
Since March of 2021.
Amazing. And that still holds true. We'll talk more about the Celtics keeping the season going. And also, what does that do for Joe Mazzulla? How does the perspective change on this thing? Speaking of coaches, got to talk about coaches. And there's a rumor circulating regarding the California Classic. I want to be clear. It is a rumor.
Rumors.
But we'll share with you what we learned this morning when D'Lo and Casey return here. James Hammer, ESPN 1320, Kings Insider, sitting in for Kenny Caraway here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Don't like if you could throw those rejoiners in, great. If you can't, like don't let it deviate from all the work that you got to do in there. Well, Peyton's right. Kings haven't lost 4 in a row since 2022. I mean, when you're right, you're right.
Yeah, they lost those 4 in a row at the to start the season.
Way back in 2022. Will's free agency list is cooking.
Oh, I've been looking.
Yeah, he's got some good stuff. He's got some good stuff.
I think of Magic Johnson putting out a picture with him, Elizabeth Taylor, and Tina Turner.
That's strong.
Yeah. Strong to quite strong.
That's strong.
Magic.
With no show? Oh, yeah, Friday's going to be awesome.
Oh, that's going to be nice.
And you can party if they get a win.
That's funny.
Or if they lose, do what you got to do.
Number 24 on Willsie's wish list, free agent wish list, Damian Jones. I like Damian Jones.
So do I.
He's a super nice guy. Super nice guy. And really bright. He has like a crazy engineering degree.
Really?
Yeah, he has. Let me see. Damian Jones.
That's pretty dope. He wasn't here for a full season, was he?
I want to say he was.
I can't remember when he...
Okay, so he graduated with a Bachelor's of Science degree from Vanderbilt. But I want to say in engineering science. There it is.
Okay.
And he may have gone on to further that education.
That's pretty dope.
He spent like a season and a quarter here too.
A season and a quarter. Wow.
Yeah, he signed at the end of that. He signed like a 10-day, right? And then he stuck around. Him and Chimezie Metu got elevated right at the same time. Chimezie was the two-way, and Damian they gave like a 2-year team, like a partially guaranteed deal.
Didn't mention this. I'll mention it again. And Kyle Draper's with us today.
Oh, cool.
Kyle. Drapes.
He loves him some Boston Celtics.
Yeah, he covered him for a while.
Yeah. Okay, so in April 7th, he signed a 10-day of 2020-21. He signed a 10-day with the Kings. April 17th, he signed a 10-day.
We mentioned that the Boston Celtics hadn't lost 4 games in a row since March of 2021. The Miami Heat lost 4 games in a row twice this season. 7 of those 8 were road games. They hadn't won 4 in a row all season until the playoffs, where they've done it twice. So it's
So you're saying there's a chance.
I'm just
so you're saying there's a chance.
I'm just throwing numbers out there. That's all I'm doing is throwing numbers out there. Here's some more numbers from Jason Tatum. 34, 11, and 7. 26 of those 34 came in the second half. And it wasn't one moment that kind of set things off for the Boston Celtics. They had a couple, like they were down in that game. They were down a couple of times, I think by as many as 9. They kept hanging around, like they wouldn't go completely away. And every time, Joe Mazzulla called a timeout, they responded. They responded once with a 17-5 run. They had that 18-0 run that we just mentioned when Miami chipped into that a little bit because that 18-0 run didn't really build a big lead. They responded with another 12-0 run. And that's where they started to create separation. And you had a pretty good feeling as things went along there to start the fourth quarter that this game was going to go in the favor of the Boston Celtics. And the footnote to this is Game 5 is in Boston. And we can talk about, Joe taking pressure off himself a little bit. We could talk about changing the narrative. But the fact is, there's one more piece of business that I feel like is really important. You can't lose 3 games in a series at home.
Oh, no.
There's still, of course, every game is a must-win game now. And I do believe there's a certain... And I think Jaylen Brown used this term yesterday. I do believe there's a certain freedom when you are literally playing one game at a time. Like we hear that as a cliche pretty regularly. But when you're down 3-0, you can't lose again. All you can do is focus on the next game. And in your mind, when the series 0-0, sure, in your mind you can say, well, we just got to focus on game 1. And then we just got to focus on game 2. But human nature usually doesn't allow that to happen. I feel like with these guys, they were focused solely on game 4. Now, if they can keep their focus on just game 5, I think we've got something interesting here.
Yeah, and you brought up the 3-point shooting, right? And the fact that it was multiple players hitting threes. That's when Jason Tatum's at his best. When everyone else starts hitting, it just creates that little bit of space that he needs to get downhill on you and just to be incredible. And that's the recipe for their success is if you hit threes, you win. If you don't, you have a tough time. So that's where you kind of look at it and go, okay, can they do that 3 more times? Can they be that team? Can they find themselves? But also just be really good at that facet of the game, which is something that comes and goes even for the best teams in the league.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's one point where I would say, okay, maybe there is something to this, the series being over just because the task ahead is so daunting and the way you have to do it is so specific. But I'm not going to count him out. I'm up for more basketball this weekend.
Me too. We certainly have a basketball game tomorrow. Unfortunately, there is literally no basketball game tonight. And I don't mean there's no NBA game tonight. I mean, I looked at the WNBA schedule and there's nothing. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself tonight. I got an episode of Succession. I got to catch up on the funeral episode of Succession, but that's about it. I am twiddling my thumbs beginning at 5:30.
I might have to start that series that you told me to watch yesterday.
Snowfall. Yeah, Snowfall. The great Trista Crick analogy. Yeah, you've got to watch. Snowfall is tremendous. It's on FX. It's on Hulu.
Yeah, it's on Hulu.
Yeah,
I did look it up. I think there's 6 seasons.
Yes,
something,
and
like
it's
that.
done, so you can watch all of it. Like it's done.
Okay, how many episodes per year?
10 to 12.
Okay.
Yeah, can't remember exactly, but it's
That'll
10 to 12.
take me like 3 days.
Yeah. You'll be well with the way your back is. Yeah, you'll get through it pretty quick.
Yeah, I just bust through series. Like
just lay down with a heating pack and watch Snowfall.
Yeah.
I also wonder what a win or two does for Joe Mazzulla. I wonder what a win or two does for Brad Stevens, for that Celtics front office. If there was an idea of what they do if the Celtics lost yesterday, does that idea disappear with one victory? Does it disappear with 2? Does it disappear with 3? You got to imagine if we go to a game 7 that it does disappear. But is the optics of losing a 6-game series to Miami different than losing a 4-game series to Miami or a 5-game series to Miami? Obviously, we will never know, because this was all speculation yesterday. This was all, sports talk show filler. But I am genuinely curious if a victory or 2 has any effect on Joe's future.
Well, I think it does. Like even the game yesterday, you showed that you hadn't lost the locker room fully, that the team will still play for you. And clearly there's going to have to be some conversations in the exit interview process with the players to kind of judge where they're at. I think you're going to listen to Jason Tatum a lot and kind of like, what does he want, more than anyone else?
Yeah.
Like, what does he want going forward? If it's Joe Mazzulla, then he's going to be the head coach. And if it's not, then Joe probably won't be the head coach. And I know that that's pretty harsh to put it on one player, but that's the guy. And I mean, he's even more than like, you're not going to have like I don't think a powwow with Jaylen Brown and Derek White and Marcus Smart. I think you're going to pretty much go, hey, like, how do we build this thing out? You're going to listen to him a little bit.
You are, man. I don't know if that's how Brad would do it, though. I don't know.
He should be doing it that way.
I just can't imagine. Like if Brad wanted to keep Joe, for sure, like that's what he wants to do. But Tatum came to him and expressed concern. I feel like Brad would try to sell him, to convince him that Joe's the guy, or maybe, and obviously this is a dangerous slope too, of give him another season, give him another opportunity. He's young, he's learning. You don't, or maybe you use the line, you don't want to have your 4th head coach in the last 4 years. Because, of course, Tatum could respond, you're right, I want you to be the head coach. But
yeah,
there's obviously split opinions on whether Brad Stevens is good at his job or not, as we learned yesterday with Trista. Because I've always considered Brad to be a good coach. And Trista is adamant that he's not. I think he is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think that that's going to be something that's revisited, though. Like, it doesn't seem like he's going to come back.
I don't think so either.
And so for me, it really does come down to, like, what is the pulse of the team? And you want to know from the guy who you want to be there that you're going to pay $400 million or whatever it is. I mean, that's a huge extension. You need to know that he's on board with what you're doing, because what you don't want to do is get 2 seasons into it, you're firing another coach and he's asking out. And that's what you have to avoid. And so if he's comfortable, and you can do a pitch job, I agree. I mean, Brad Stevens should be able to pitch his idea. But at the end of the day, you need to listen to the players too, because if he says, okay, well, no, this is what we're doing, and like, I'm not going to, I really don't want to listen, then I could see Jason Tatum going, okay, well, then maybe I don't want to be here. So you don't want to get yourself in that situation.
We'll talk much more about the Eastern Conference Finals. We want to share, James. I'll let you take over here. There's a rumor regarding the California Classic, and I don't know if this is for sure out there. The California Classic is back at the Golden One Center.
Yes, the California Classic is for sure back at the Golden One Center.
That's not the rumor, by the way. I just want to make sure.
No.
We get asked that question a lot, and I honestly I didn't know. I didn't know if the Clippers were hosting it. I didn't know what was going on.
No, on my way out the door before we were done with exit interviews and stuff, I was able to confirm, yeah, the California Classic's back in Sacramento this year. And I think it's somewhere, like, it probably will stay in Sacramento. Like, I don't think it needs to go back to Chase. And
they learned their lesson, maybe.
Well, that was a mess. Yeah, I mean, I felt so bad for them because, you know, they had a championship run that goes all the way until, you know, like third week of June or whatever. And then all of a sudden, boom, you got to flip everything and bring in, like, you got to keep everybody on board. There is no summer break. Everyone's got to be there and start, you know, basically churning out more content from your media relations staff. So what I'm hearing, I heard a rumor this morning. Again, this is a rumor. I have not been able to substantiate it, but I think it's a rumor worth, like, at least discussing. And that is that there are going to be 2 additional teams at the California Classic this year. And those teams are really, really interesting. So from what I heard this morning, again, I have not been able to confirm this, so take it for what it is. It's a rumor at this point. The San Antonio Spurs and Charlotte Hornets might be at the California Classic.
So the number 1 and the number 2
pick could be at Golden One Center for the Cal Classic.
Now,
Summer League.
Now, well, obviously that is huge news. The most appealing part about that is the thought of Victor Wembanyama.
Yep.
In all likelihood, though, Victor Wembanyama probably wouldn't play in the California Classic.
Well, I mean, you have no idea. But chances are he'd be there. You know,
be in attendance.
Yeah, and whether it's Brandon Miller going number 2 or it's Scoot Henderson going number 2, like one of those guys.
Now they would probably play.
Could very well play.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's possible too that you do get Wembanyama on the court. You don't know. Like this is always kind of like it's the buildup to the buildup. So you want to assess your players, and sometimes I think for some teams the California Classic is actually a better tune-up than getting to Summer League, because you kind of get to know the group that you're with. Everyone's playing, you know, everybody, and it's a tight-knit group. But yeah, that I think this would be pretty incredible if this does in fact happen. And if those guys are there, I mean, we are talking about like the California Classic selling out. I mean, and media from everywhere coming to Sacramento for a couple of games. So
I just Googled it because I feel like I had read a report that Victor Wembanyama would not be a part of Summer League. That was the only reason I thought, well, he's not going to play in the California Classic if he's not going to play in Summer League. But I can't find that report. So maybe I made it up in my head. Maybe just I was dreaming one day and I was like, Victor Wembanyama ain't going to play in Summer League. But yeah. I don't know if that's, I don't know. I can't find it.
When the California Classic is. The California Classic is historically the last couple of seasons. It's July 2nd, 3rd, and 5th. So it's
literally leading right into Las Vegas.
Right into Summer League. Yeah, right into Las Vegas Summer League. So it's before Las Vegas. And it's a good tune-up. It's where like Omer Yurtseven like showed that he had all kinds of game. You know, and good practice, good scrimmage practice for these teams leading up to the standard Summer League in Las Vegas.
Could Chet and Victor Wembanyama, could that be the feature matchup? Could that be the Friday night matchup at Summer League or the Saturday night matchup at Summer League? You think Chet Holmgren plays Summer League?
Have we, like, where is Chet Holmgren?
I don't know.
I haven't even heard his name.
No idea.
Like,
anybody know where Chet Holmgren is?
You know, we haven't seen the Buddy Hield style workout video with Chet Holmgren. You know, like with the ropes. Like,
have not seen that.
We haven't seen the Chet Holmgren has gained 27 pounds of sheer muscle, like workout video. You would see it because it's usually on the Instagram, and I'm not on the gram.
You're not on the gram. You're not on the gram.
So you would see it.
The second Hammer opens up Instagram, he's going to see that D'Lo and Casey tagged him in like 40 posts that he's just never approved. Oh man, I gotta know if Chet's gonna play. Now I'm searching for videos and pictures of Chet Holmgren.
I'm gonna guess he still looks skinny.
How is there not a pic of like Chet with like the double bicep pose or something?
Yeah. Or like 4 trays of food where they're trying to feed him like 47,000 calories a day, trying to add muscle to him.
Man.
Yeah, you know, someone asked a question here. I'm going to butcher this, but why is Chet considered injury prone, but Wemby isn't when they have the same body type? That's a good question. Because Chet went out and broke his foot like right away and then became injury prone. But yeah, they do still, this is a super, super lean kid, but I don't know that they're exactly the same body type.
Wembanyama does look a smidge bit bigger.
Yeah.
And when I say a smidge, I do mean
it's
like a milkshake.
Yeah, like
just
a quarter of a teaspoon.
Just one little milkshake bigger.
Yeah, I mean, he's never lifted a weight. I don't know if you've read that. Yeah, no one has ever had him. They have, like, they're taking his body development seriously. They've done a lot of studies. They've worked with flexibility. I don't know. Have you seen the video of him stretching his feet before a game?
I've seen that.
Okay, so they do a bunch of like different things with him. They've not got to the point in his development where they're starting to lift weights, which I think would be hilarious because you could see him with like
bizarre,
like pink 3-pound weights, like.
Well, so he's 19 years old. He will not turn 20 until the season's already underway. He'll turn 20 in January. I mean, that's still an age where your body is developing, and then working with, you know, we talked about this with Keegan Murray a couple of days ago, working with professional athletic trainers, strength and conditioning coaches, nutritionists, and so on. That can have a tremendous impact on how your body develops over the next 2 years. There's probably no better example than Dwight Howard. I mean, there's there's Giannis Antetokounmpo over, you know, a handful of years, but look at Dwight, you know, in his first year with Orlando, and then and of course, Dwight was a guy, memory serves, was he? I think he was drafted out of high school.
Oh, I want to say yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So he's drafted. So he's ultra young. He gets in there with Orlando. Unfortunately, a lot of what he's eating is still crap, but he eats enough of the good stuff surrounded by the crap to develop this, what really was a freakish physique.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, Dwight had this incredibly small waist. He like tapered up with a slightly wider chest, and then just had these incredible shoulders. And that almost all developed within his first year or two with Orlando. So it's weird, but I guess I get it that he's not in the gym, that Victor Wembanyama is not in the gym. I don't know what Chet's excuse is. I don't know if they're doing the same thing with Chet.
Well, Chet had a foot injury, so I mean, that's a problem. Like, so sure.
But he hasn't had a foot injury for 20 years.
No. Well, I mean, he's got a crazy metabolism. He's always going to have a crazy metabolism. You know, like that's just the way his body is built. It'll change at some point. You know, pro teams, they have like these guys have access to a chef at all times, right? So there's always somebody cooking at the Kings practice facility. When they get done with the practice or they get done with the shoot around, if they get there early, they get food when they get there early. When they get done, there's more food when they're getting ready for a game. Some people have protein brought to them in their lockers. There's shakes that guys are drinking, like all of it's body specific. Like these guys are like they have one of the most incredible training regiments, and it's from top to bottom. And I think it's interesting too. We've seen over the last couple of years that there are players that are coming into the league that you thought there's no way could ever gain weight, and all of a sudden they are, and all of a sudden they're bulking up. And so I don't know what that's all about, but like when I look at Mitchell Robinson, I'm like, okay, so Mitchell Robinson was a string bean, and all of a sudden Mitchell Robinson's a big man.
Yeah.
And I look at Karl Anthony Towns, who came into the league as a stick. That's a huge
big
man.
dude. Yeah.
And Daniel Gafford for the Wizards, I never thought he'd be able to gain any weight, and all of a sudden he's a huge dude. And I saw that transformation with Willie Cauley-Stein. He never got way bigger upper body, but his legs kept filling out, and you could see that he was getting bigger and stronger, and that he'd been, you know, hitting the weight room heavily, and that they were working on his body all the time. But some of these guys that you historically have not been able to get bigger, I think you can put a little bit of weight on them now.
Circumstances very, very different. But looking at Harry Giles at the start of his rookie season when he didn't play, and at the end, was incredible.
Yeah.
He was so much more muscular. He looked so much thicker and bigger. And I think that's part of the reason so many fans were excited about Harry Giles having that year to just prepare with an NBA team. You saw his body like change within the year. I think I found that article that you were talking about. There's a lot of great detail. This was after this Spurs website is referencing the Jonathan Giovanni article after the Spurs had won the draft lottery. And the article is actually titled "Why You Shouldn't Be Concerned About Victor Wembanyama Getting Injured." And he references exactly what you just talked about right there in terms of the team in France that he has that closely monitors his food intake, his hours of sleep every day. And they have given him extensive, meticulous pregame stretches and exercises meant to strengthen his feet and to align his core and to further prevent injury. And it talks about he crawls with shoes and socks sitting on the floor. Wembanyama's trainer has him crawl on his fingertips and toes in an effort to strengthen his core. Then there is his big toe. Wembanyama's trainer spends a lot of time working on the big toes. Since he was 15, Wembanyama has been working to align his knees and learn how to land to soften the load. So that's the other kind of caveat to Victor Wembanyama. And I'm looking at a picture of him right now. I do think he's a little bit bigger than Chet Holmgren. But Kenny and I talked about this at the lottery. He's one of the more unique players, I think, in NBA history. We talk about LeBron James and LeBron bursting onto the national spotlight when he's 15, 16 years old and everything that, you know, we've seen from him since. Victor's a little bit different in that this kid has been groomed to be a professional basketball player since he was 11 years old. And he just wasn't groomed by a team in France. He was groomed by Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Man, that's that. And who did Kareem Abdul-Jabbar play for? John Wooden. And what's the famous story that John Wooden's players love to tell about how you put on socks and lace shoes to prevent injury? Of course, Kareem is going to hand down these meticulous details of taking care of yourself to this young kid from France.
Well, and Kareem played for like 37 years.
Pretty much.
I mean,
he said today he could have played 30 years with load management.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I mean, he played 20 without it, didn't he? Isn't that how long he played? 20
plus,
years?
I think. Yeah, he just kept going. I mean, he was a gifted athlete. I
Mhm.
mean, just like he kept his body in immaculate shape, and yeah, I would like to see. I hope that that's the case for Victor. I hope
Yeah.
that he just gets to play injury free. That it's never part of the discussion. It would be great to see a star come in that, again, like LeBron, who's played almost all of his career except for a couple of seasons after his like 34th birthday, where he's been mostly injury free. It would be really cool to see someone have the opportunity to reach their potential.
Indeed. So there is a rumor out there that the San Antonio Spurs and Charlotte Hornets will join the group that plays at the California Classic, which is returning to the Golden One Center this year. We'll talk more NBA. We'll talk Jordi Fernandez. His name is out there. We'll talk about that when dealing with KC with James Ham sitting in for Kenny Caraway. Brought to you by Sky River Casino. Returns here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
The other guy we didn't like, Rudy Gobert. I remember watching Rudy Gobert come in for his pre-draft workout in Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
And he took his shirt off and he went over and he sat down with his legs stretched out like 7 miles. And then he leaned back like this and he was trying to like show the gun show, like he'd been working on his upper body.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like,
I respect it.
I think he's like a 19-year-old at that point, maybe like coming into the draft. His legs were so skinny that I thought, oh man, they're going to have a difficult time like building him up, making him be someone that doesn't just get shoved around under the basket. Almost like maybe a little bit bigger than Keon Clark, but I'm talking skinny. And I think he's done a really, really good job of bulking up, of getting bigger and stronger. And it happens with age, but it also, like training staffs are spectacular at the NBA level.
Yeah. Rudy. How long has Rudy been a pro now? 6 years, 7 years?
10, 8?
Has it been that long?
Yeah,
I mean, he got the extension.
I know it was at the old practice facility in 2014.
Oh my.
We're looking at 9 years.
Wow, Rudy's 30 years old.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, now they have him at 7'1", 258. So what are we looking at? 2000.
Drafted in 2013.
13. So.
Jeez. I didn't realize Rudy's been playing that long.
Yeah, are the new ones in yet? Oh, they are. At least some of the metrics are in. 2012, 13. I haven't been looking at this.
Where was Brandon again? Arizona? Where was he?
He had gone to a lake in Arizona.
That he said was the Mississippi.
Yeah.
That made me laugh.
Okay, so Gobert came at the combine. He weighed in at 237.6.
Okay.
He's now listed at 259.58. So he's listed 20 pounds heavier than his college play weight or his European play weight. Monty Bates, wingspan, 6'9". Boy, height with shoes. Without shoes, 6'8" and a quarter. There are so few people that are willing to make the risk that Kenny wants to make with him. Wingspan. Is Zach 87, 10 and a half.
Live on the Odyssey app, live on ESPN 1320, 98.5 FM HD2 as well. You could watch the show in visual form on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320, wherever you are. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Kyle Draper is going to be with us as well Coming up at 2:30, Drapes will be with us. Excited to talk to our man from NBC Sports California coming up later on in the show. We talked a lot about coaching earlier and how one victory could potentially mean a lot for Joe Mazzulla in Boston. And I certainly think two would mean a lot, or would mean even more. But that's a conversation we can get into when he gets to two. But there is a conversation to be had out there with coaches, and it involves Jordi Fernandez. So this was a little weird. Last night, it was reported that Jordi Fernandez was one of 5 finalists for the Phoenix Suns job.
Mm-hmm.
The other coaches included Nick Nurse, no surprise there, Doc Rivers, Frank Vogel, Kevin Young. That report was followed shortly thereafter by our buddy Chris Haynes, who was like, nope, they're not in the final stages yet. They still want to interview Kenny Atkinson and Charles Lee. So I don't know what to do with that, but it sounds like regardless of the additions of Kenny Atkinson and Charles Lee for their first round of interviews or whatever it may be, it sounds like Jordi Fernandez is a finalist for the Phoenix Suns job.
Yeah, I mean, that's spectacular. I wish Jordi all the luck. I have no idea. Like, he's running up against a star-studded cast. We're seeing that Nick Nurse is mentioned for every, like, he's always a first name mentioned for every single one of these jobs.
Yeah.
I think he is the hot name right now on the market.
He's going to be a finalist for everyone except Toronto.
Yeah. And there is a 5th head coaching job available right now, right? So we've got Toronto, we've got Phoenix, we've got Milwaukee, and we've got Philadelphia.
Yep.
Detroit is also open, right? Or am I crazy?
Holy crap.
Because I've been reading
Dwayne Casey went to the front office.
Yeah, I've been reading that they are the one team that's really tried to push for Monty Williams.
Yeah, that job is open because I think they've interviewed Kevin Ollie at once, didn't they?
They did interview Kevin Ollie. That's right.
That's right.
That's
Kevin
right.
Ollie and another player like that.
Were they the ones who interviewed Calvin Sampson? Was that Detroit too? Somebody interviewed Calvin Sampson. I don't remember who it was. Man, wow. I completely forgot about Detroit. Good call.
So Calvin Sampson was an assistant on Kevin McHale's staff, right? I believe so, in Houston.
Okay.
Yeah. So the story that I had heard was that the relationship between Kevin McHale and James Harden got so bad that they had to use Calvin Sampson as their like intermediary. Like one of them, like even if they were sitting like right here and looking at each other, they would talk to the guy right here and tell him to tell him something.
Okay,
yeah, it got out of hand.
That feels like James Harden.
Yeah,
that feels like James Harden behavior. We'll talk more about James Harden in just a minute. Man, I completely forgot about Detroit.
I kept thinking, oh, there's another team. I swear. Yeah, and to get back to your question at hand, like Jordi is in the running here, and I think it's great that he's in the running. He needs to choose the right job for him too. And I know you want.
It was the Bucks, by the way. It was the Bucks that interviewed Calvin Sampson.
Oh, okay.
That's interesting. I like Calvin Sampson, and for some reason, I always pick Houston to go far. But yeah, that's a strange one. But go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, you want to get you want your first job to be the best job possible, right? But sometimes you don't, because then you get in this Joe Mazzulla situation, and some coaches are ready for it, and some coaches aren't. So it really does depend on how you walk in the door and whether you are actually ready to be a head coach when you get there. And Jordi's been an assistant for a long time. He's, worked under Mike Brown, but also Michael Malone for a long time. So I think he'll be prepared, but you don't really know if someone is going to be a great coach until they're in the situation, until, you have some sort of, track record to work with and a sample size to examine. So I don't know, like he's up against some great coaches, and again, I wish him luck, but that's going to be a battle to get that spot.
We're 100% certain that Phoenix job is a good one.
Yeah, see, I think it is, but it comes with a lot of pressure. I don't think it's
a great one.
I don't, because you don't know about the Chris Paul situation. You don't know if you can put these pieces together with DeAndre Ayton and with Booker and with Durant.
KD, yeah.
But then the other problem that you have is that you have a lack of depth, you have a lack of cap space, and on top of that, you have no draft picks forever and ever. Amen.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're totally strapped when it comes to like any picks you do have, I think are pick swaps. Like you really for the next 7 years, you don't even really participate. I guess you do every other year, but even still, the other team can pull those picks from you.
What is the best job? Milwaukee?
We talked about this last night. Like Brendan asked this question: what is the best job? For Sean, it was, I want to say he said Phoenix. And me and Brendan both said the Milwaukee job. Like
I mean, and Milwaukee comes with pressure too. It's not like you're living your best life, with the Bucks trying to, hey, I'll figure this coaching thing out. It's like, no, you've got Giannis.
Yeah.
So you're on a clock. Like you've got Giannis. We don't know exactly what we have with Chris Middleton right now. We've got Drew Holiday. Like you've got guys here. You're going to have pressure. I feel like, and not everyone will agree with this. I feel like Philadelphia is a more attractive job with James Harden gone.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not suggesting you don't have pressure there. You absolutely do. You have a ton of it. Doc Rivers basically was fired for not getting to the conference finals. You're going to be expected to go at minimum to the conference finals. Realistically, you're going to be expected to go to the finals.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the case really with all three of those jobs. The Milwaukee job, I don't think that's the case for Toronto. It's certainly not the case for Detroit, but I do think it is for Phoenix, Milwaukee, and Philadelphia. Here's
a weird perspective. Like all of those jobs, it's almost like title or your job's on the line. How do you have, and let's just throw the Boston job in there too. So we'll say Boston, Philadelphia, Milwaukee, and Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
All four of those jobs are pretty much, you win a title, you're safe. You don't win a title, then you're Mike Budenholzer 2 years later looking for in the unemployment line, right? But do owners understand that like all four of those jobs have the same criteria and that only one of them will win? And one of them might not win.
Yeah.
Because there's Denver, there's other teams that are, that can beat you. There's
Miami.
And Miami.
There's Eric Spoelstra, right?
Yeah, like there's Michael Malone and his staff. There's, what happens if Memphis, figures their way out and all of a sudden they're in the running.
Well, I think that's what this really boils down to with Phoenix is Phoenix knows Mike Brown and his staff is coming and they're trying to undercut the Sacramento Kings. I'm convinced that's what it is. They know it's Sacramento's time.
Tea leaves.
And they're like, what can we do? Well, we can't get De'Aaron. We can't get Domas. We can't get Malik. You know what? Let's undercut Mike's staff. That's what we're going to do.
Hey, if you can't beat
that's only slightly tongue in cheek because I believe Jordy's it's clear whether it's this cycle or it's next cycle, the chances of losing Jordi Fernandez are probably really, really high for Mike Brown. And I'm sure Mike clearly knows that now. I'm sure he knew that at the beginning of this year.
That's what Mike wants, though.
Of course.
Like, Mike wants his guys to succeed. He wants them to become head coaches. He wants to have a coaching tree.
With that said, Charles Lee's name's been out there for a while, and he hasn't gotten the, it was Darvin and Charles Lee were both on the same. They were both with the Bucks, right?
Yeah, they're both with the Bucks.
And Darvin got the call for the Lakers. Again, Charles Lee was referenced with virtually every vacant job. I don't feel like I've heard his name quite as much in this hiring cycle, but we could be looking at two hiring cycles where he doesn't get one. Kenny Atkinson, of course,
he
was hired and then changed his mind.
Yeah. The Charlotte job.
Michael Jordan is an infant wisdom, went back to Steve Clifford
because why not?
Why not?
Why not?
Went really well the first time.
Isn't it strange how like head coaching, there's so many jobs that you sit there and you scratch your head and man, how could they fire that guy? And then so many other jobs where you're like, how could they not fire that guy? Like, I always feel that. Like, how does like Coach A get away with some of the things that are happening and Coach B gets his team as, like almost to the promised land and can't stay on board. I don't know. It's all weird. I don't know.
There's a potential weird footnote to this too. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live in visual form on Twitch and Twitter, as well as YouTube and Facebook. If you want to be a part of the conversation, you can. 916-909-1320. Our man Kyle Draper going to join us in the 2:00 hour. We talked a lot about the Golden State Warriors, and we'll actually talk about them again in a couple of minutes as well. But Bob Myers, Draymond Green, all of the Clay, young guys, old guys, Jordan Poole. Does Steve Kerr coach the last year of his contract without an extension? Because this is it. This is the last year of his contract. And he was adamant because he was asked several times that during the season, this is not the last dance. That is not what this is. After the season, when he was asked about next year potentially having the feel of the last dance, he was like, oh yeah, next year I can see it. Next year I can feel it. So the question becomes, does Steve Kerr continue coaching? Like, one, does Steve Kerr does he coach this year without a contract extension? Two, does he even have a remote interest in coaching somewhere else in the league? Or is he a guy who, when this is all done with the Golden State Warriors, whenever that may be, does he just walk away?
I'm going to guess that Steve Kerr would be more likely to walk away. Like, I always, there's some guys that hunt this sort of fame.
Mm-hmm.
Phil Jackson like hunted it. Like he wanted to be in the conversation. He wanted to be known as this like aloof, even like if you ever read Sacred Hoops, his background, like being raised as like Protestant and like very religious and very, and then the other side is, he starts getting into alternative stuff. And, he always wanted this aura about him. Steve Kerr does not. Steve Kerr is just he's a basketball junkie. He's also a guy who won a ton of championships as a player, as a role player, but still enough that you have to look at him and go, okay, how far away, even though he averaged like 8 points a game or 6 points a game for his career, like how far away is he from being considered a Hall of Famer because of the like 5 or 6 rings he has? And then he wins a bunch.
The totality, though, of his career. I don't know what you'd put him in as.
Yeah, I mean, well, now he's clearly in as a head coach. Like, okay. Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer without any question. He's got 4 rings, but like, I don't think that he needs all that other stuff. I think he can go back to TV and enjoy himself for a couple of years, or he could just not. He could just like go, okay, I had my run. It was great. I think he'll coach as long as Steph is there. He'll at least consider coaching, but I don't even know if he needs to push beyond his next year when he understands, like most of us do on the outside now, their run is over, right? So if we're being realistic, we can see that the end has come. I think Steve Kerr probably can as well, and just knows, like, does he need to hang on just to usher in a new group with Steph? I don't know.
And that's what Pop did. A lot of people thought when Tim Duncan walked away, Pop would walk away. And he didn't. He stuck through some lean years, probably all plotting for the moment that he's about to have right now, where he gets to coach Victor Wembanyama. I believe it was all a plan by Greg Popovich. He knew. He knew. He got the script in advance, and he was like, I'm going to stick around because I'm going to get the opportunity to coach Victor Wembanyama. 916-909-1320. Let's get to our brother Kamara. Kamara's billing us for these hours, by the way. He's an attorney in Orlando. Kamara, what's going on, man?
Absolutely billing you, because someone's got to pay for my vacation.
Your expensive habits that you have.
I do have expensive habits.
I know that.
Listen, I know you don't like boxing. But if I fly out to Vegas for the Spence and Crawford fight, you gonna meet me out there?
No, you're going to have to text your boy Kenny on that one. Like, I don't know if I don't know. I'm not. I'm absolutely not. There's a chance that we'll go to Summer League in July, and then I'm going back in August. That's enough Vegas for me. I ain't going for a fight, bro.
Fight week? The biggest fight in probably a decade?
I thought that what biggest fight in a decade? I thought that was like a month ago.
But wait, we're talking to an attorney on the air from Florida who's saying he's going to fly out to Vegas. Are we talking that D'Lo gets taken care of? That he gets the 5-star?
Oh, Kamar ain't gonna take it. No, Kamar ain't gonna do that.
Is that what we're talking about? He's gonna fly D'Lo to hang out with him in Vegas, to bring him to the fight. I'm just asking.
There's a lot of propaganda on this show about how much money I have, and and James, you should know because they say you have a lot of money too.
I do. And I get the propaganda.
Yeah, it's a lot of propaganda, and none of it is real. It's all smoke and mirrors. Okay. I'm not on the court waving with my leather jacket on the side of
calm down. Calm down.
I don't get those looks. I'm not at Rick Ross's mansion. Okay, I don't get those looks. So
did you call for something other than clowning me?
Well, no, I mean I was calling you about the Nuggets, but clowning you is actually the funniest thing. Yeah. So I know I have our mutual friend Ion, we're on a text message, talked about Nuggets and how I've actually been a fan of the organization. And, it's been funny because for the last several years, people say, Kings have tried to model after Golden State. And I've always said internally to my friends that I actually want them to model themselves after the Nuggets. And to see the Nuggets get to a space where they're at has been so rewarding because I think that is the most realistic path for Sacramento as far as the build-up of their team and the makeup and just the fan bases. And so I'll take this offline, and I want to hear if you guys see the kind of there's more similarity in those programs than, let's say, in a Golden State, despite the fact that us having a lot of Golden State alumni throughout our organization.
Yeah, no doubt. James and I talked pretty extensively about that yesterday, how the Nuggets feel like when you look at, particularly we're looking at the roster now, when you look at Jokic and Jamal Murray and you throw up Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox, and then you've got, really tough coaches like Mike Brown and Michael Malone. Like, yeah, I believe there are already similarities. I believe the two teams match up really well. How they would have matched up in a playoff series, I have no idea. Their games during the regular season are always extremely entertaining, and I think the Kings compete really well with this very, very good Denver Nuggets team. But yeah, I think there's a ton of similarities there, and Calvin Booth deserves a lot of credit for the way he built that roster, finding guys that complement those two, finding toughness that they need, finding swag that they need, finding an extrovert here or there. Like he's done a really good job of that. And I think Monty has done the same with, going to get Kevin Huerter, drafting Keegan Murray, and then making sure that the Kings had a mouthpiece in our guy Malik Monk, who will be due for a lifetime contract with the Sacramento Kings next season.
Lifetime contract.
Demanding it.
Yeah, I totally think that it's a team that you should be modeling your build after. And I also think that what Denver has that's separating them from a team like the Kings is they have a handful of, clearly Jokic is a better version of Sabonis. I'm not going to don't get me wrong there, but the other pieces they have are gritty, and the Kings need to go find that gritty. They need to find the two-way players, the guys who will play defense, that will, like Michael Malone hates bad defense. And so does Mike Brown. But these guys, they coach together in Cleveland. These guys know each other well. This is a very, as far as coaching was, they're very similar. They maybe Mike is a little bit more happy-go-lucky. Maybe Mike Brown is more than Michael Malone. But still, very intense, very detail-oriented coaches that have always hung their hats on the defensive end and then find themselves with offensive rosters. And I think what we're going to see over the next couple of years is Mike Brown's input into the front office of, I like the players you brought me, but I would like this player or that player better. because I need more on the defensive end. I can't just have my team put up 120 and hope that we're going to win every game. We need to make an emphasis not just on there's only so much I can do schematically to hide the deficiencies of my players. I need you to go get me some of these other players that can do some of the things that guys like on Denver can do.
You think the Kings, particularly after a year of success, and let's say hypothetically, and maybe you could include this year too, but say they get a second year into, we could even say a similar amount of success. You could even go exactly the same, 48 and a first round playoff exit, 48 and a second round playoff exit. It doesn't really matter. Do you think there's a lot of roster tweaking moving forward?
Oh, I think there's going to be a ton of roster tweaking this year.
Well, this year they're obviously, some things obviously have to be done this year with the way contracts are, and the fact that a lot of role players, I guess, are on expiring contracts. Like Tremezzi was I was trying to find the right name for him. I don't want this to come across the wrong way, especially you know how much we love Terrence Davis. It was like a DNP role player. Like sometimes they just wouldn't play. And when they did, sometimes they'd be really good. Sometimes they wouldn't. Sometimes they'd be really good. Sometimes they wouldn't. That's not only true for Terrence Davis, it's true for Chimezie Metu too. And those DNP role players, you know, those are guys who are Alex Lynn, another case. Those are guys whose contracts are expiring this year.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if you're Monte McNair, your job is to can like constantly look to build those positions, to get those positions better each and every offseason. And so you have fewer and fewer what you're calling DNP role players. I get what you're saying. Like guys that are bubble role players, bubble rotational players. And so it's on Monty to continue to build out Mike's rotation. And I'll also point this out too. Like, keep in mind that we talked about how the Warriors did the California Classic last year, and they did it on the heels of a championship. Mike Brown was part of that championship. He went all the way into mid-June with the Warriors doing their thing before he actually was able to, jump on board with the Kings and start doing all of his Kings duties. He's going to have a bigger say. And it's not that what Mike Brown says, what he wants is going to happen, but he's going to be a voice in the room where he really wasn't able to be a voice in the room like he would have wanted to be, and a trusted voice in the room, because now you've worked with Mike for a year. You didn't have that experience with Mike. So when we talk about like the chemistry and everything on the court, that you in continuity, you want to keep a team together from one year to the next, having that same thing happen in between the coaching staff and the front office it's as important as on the floor with the players. Because when you have a coach who says, I need this, this, and this, you need that GM to go out and try to fulfill your wish list. And if they can't, there's a reason why they didn't. And you can have like give and take, or you can have some ideological like differences in like what you think of a player that's on your roster. A GM could say, well, we think we got you that player, but you're not using him. And a coach can say, yeah, I'm not using him because of X, Y, and Z. So there's all of these things that happen. But the longer a GM and a coach are together, the more they vibe, the more they have a similar understanding. When they walk into a room, we can have a debate on what type of player, what specific player we might want to go chase. But at the end of the day, we both have the same idea of what it is we're looking for and why we're looking for that. And, I think the best marriage that we've ever seen in Sacramento clearly is Jeff Petrie and Rick Adelman, where they were always on the same page. They were friends from their playing days. They had worked together in Portland. Like, Jeff knew exactly what Rick needed, and Rick knew that Jeff had his back every step of the way, that he would deliver. That didn't mean that Jeff didn't like just load up on these high basketball IQ, great shooting, like European players that didn't play a ton of defense and always put Rick at a disadvantage. But Rick took, the lemons and made I don't even think he had lemons. He took whatever it was and he made it a really, really good drink. He always needed something more though from Jeff, and Jeff still, like, his ideology, like, kept him in the same vein of prospects. And Rick always had great offensive teams that lacked that little bit of defense.
Okay, I got to follow up on that as it pertains to Monty and Mike. So we'll talk about that.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask you, we're talking about the Kings. Obviously, the Nuggets are set in the Western Conference. We kind of tiptoed around this yesterday. Feel like we can have a deeper discussion on it now. Who's going to rise in the Western Conference? We'll talk about that when dealing with KC with our ESPN 1320 Kings insider, James Ham, sitting in for Kenny Caraway. Brought to you by Sky River Casino. Returns here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Go fill up this water really quick. Right back.
Yeah. Just going to stand up. You guys got anything for me during the commercial break? What do we got? Oh, no, we haven't talked about Jaw's post. Did Jaw post something? Michigan Wolverines. I am not a big boxing fan. I don't like MMA at all. And I'm not a WWE guy either. But I was a fan of boxing when I was young, and I've kind of gotten away from it over the years. So, no, I haven't been on the boxing stuff. Keegan Murray watch. Did the NBA focus on major markets too much? They always focus on major markets too much. It's the ESPN basically does David Stern-esque. Like, David Stern focused on stars. They focus on their gigantic markets. That's totally what they do. Mr. Rancho, the chair is treating my back good. It's been nice. This chair is okay. The chair at home is actually really good. But sitting too much is brutal. Rockin' New Era 84. Ham, how are you feeling about the A's right now, where there's a loose agreement in Vegas? I feel the same way that I have for the last couple of months. Like, I'm really close to being done with baseball, which is sad because I love baseball. It's always been my favorite. It's my first love as far as sports, and like what they've allowed to have happen there is just an embarrassment to all sports. Chris Herrera, that's a good question. Is Domas working out with Lethal Shooter again this offseason? I'm going to guess yes, because he had he really liked, it wasn't just the shooting. It was all of the body mechanics. It was about the way that he taught him how to think the game differently. And I think we saw a lot of it. Like, look at Domantas Sabonis's field goal percentage this year. And I think he focused a lot on 3-point shots during the offseason. And I think this offseason, he'll focus a lot more on mid-range, on, that 18-foot range where he can do sort of what Chris Webber did when he was with the Kings.
I see you guys asking about the Ja stuff. Well, we've got that in the books for later. But yeah, obviously yeah.
Oh, I missed.
Yeah. Ja posted some weird shit on social media, and they sent I'm sure the PD got enough calls to where they were like, okay, we're going to go check on him.
Last night?
I think it was this last night or this morning. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Mm-hmm.
He's all right?
He's fine. Yeah. Yeah, he's fine.
Huh. If he got off social media, he would never get suspended. Michigan Wolverines, my gut feeling on who the Kings acquire via free agency or trade. Like, look, man, it's early. Like, they're gonna be aggressive, and they know what they need, but I don't know. Sasha Vezenkov will not play in the California Classic.
I don't know why I laughed at that.
Yeah.
That's absolutely nothing to
I
laugh
mean, it's
at.
an
I don't
honest
know why I
question.
laughed at that.
Yeah.
That's a very fair
Yeah.
question.
No.
Very fair. Someone asked in the chat if Sasha Vezenkov was going to play in the California Classic, and I don't know why I instinctually laughed. It was a perfectly fair question. I just couldn't imagine coming off the EuroLeague championship that he's all right. Let's gear up for some California Classic here.
No, and I think his team, his Bulgarian national team, probably has some tournament play this summer as well. Like he's going to be playing basketball. I remember one of my complaints with Bogdan Bogdanovic early in his career is he came to the Kings after playing like 111 games over the last during the year before.
Oh wow.
And then he jumped right into the King season. And then by the time he got done with it, once he got done with the King season, we jumped right back into like international play. He just never let his body rest. And I thought it really played on him like pretty badly. Like I don't think he could really like figure out ways to stay healthy or to recover. And especially all the travel. Like it wasn't just, flying from here to Serbia is a long, long distance flight. But then once you're there, like how many different stops are you making? And how much travel is part of your international play. And, I just think that he really, really wore himself out.
Do you
a
have
lot of
that
the time.
concern with Sasha?
No, because I don't. Well, first of all, let's be honest, Bulgaria doesn't go nearly as far as Serbia does
Well,
in international play. So that's a big part of it. It's just that he's not going to have the sheer volume of games that we saw from Bogdan. But I was talking to Ricardo Brito Reyes this morning from Portugal. It's for a podcast later this week on the Kings Beat. And part of the conversation was centered around Sasha because Ricardo calls EuroLeague and all of the European championships and everything else for Portugal, and so he's seen Sasha play for years, and he's like the opportunity that he's seen Sasha get over the last couple of years, where not only did he become a starter, but then he became like the number one option, and it's really been cool to see him progress. And he said that that Portugal actually beat Bulgaria twice in two really, really highly competitive games, which puts Bulgaria like at risk for not making like a big tournament coming up last year. And he said that so it would be a fun locker room with Neemias and Sasha because they both are. I mean, they didn't play against each other, but they know each other, and everyone like it's a small basketball community in Europe. And so, he's part of the Portugal program. Neemias is, but he's always been, he's not allowed to go over during like the regular season to go play in tournaments and stuff for his home country.
Interesting. I had a follow-up. We were talking about Monty and Mike Brown, and kind of the sort of the give and take between a general manager and a coach and how you formulate what you want on a roster and different things like that. And correct me if I'm wrong, Monty, Daryl Morey was the general manager in Houston. And by the way, I have disliked Daryl Morey for so long that yesterday during the show, I had forgotten why. I knew he was overrated. I couldn't remember why. I so strongly disliked him until I was reading this article about Carmelo Anthony, and I remembered the Carmelo in Houston situation. That's why I hate Daryl Morey. That's why I think he's a disgusting general manager. The situation with Daryl Morey and Carmelo Anthony is what has bugged me so much about Daryl Morey for all these years. It's been so long, I forgot why I dislike Daryl Morey. But he did give us Monte McNair. And if memory serves me correctly, and I'm thinking back to some of Jill Adge's general manager podcast that she was doing, Monty obviously worked in the front office with Daryl Morey, but he was working directly with Mike D'Antoni to find out to get a feel for what Mike needed and Mike wanted for the roster. And then they'd use like analytics to hey, you could really use a ... You could really use this type of player or that type of player. Isn't that what he did in Houston?
Yeah, so Monty was the bridge between the coaching staff and the front office.
Mhm.
So he worked in the front office, but he also worked in the analytics division. So he's a guy who, his degrees, I believe, are in computer science, and like he's into analytics, and if goes to Princeton, like basically that's one of the best analytics departments in all of basketball, or it was the Houston Rockets under Daryl Morey. Daryl Morey is the guy who basically runs the Sloan Analytics Conference at MIT. He's the guy that, like, a lot of the kids that come through that program end up in NBA front offices. You go to a Sloan Analytics Conference, and it's like really, really crazy, like discussions on whether it's player injury or like they're like, it's really cool. You should probably go look at their website. You can actually download some of their papers, and it's just crazy some of the thoughts that people are putting into basketball, as far like everything you can possibly think of,
Mhm.
like how to map the whole entire court, what percentages of what areas on the floor like are better than others. But there's all kinds of stuff that you could learn there. And Daryl Morey is a guy who's like always put not just a lot of emphasis on that, but a lot of money into it. He's put a lot of money into the analytics side of and helped develop analytics as far as like the sports world. So Monty was the bridge that would take whatever their analytics department was doing and figuring out, and then go to the coaching staff and be able to give it to the coaching staff in a digestible way. Like, this is what we're trying to help you with. This, we're not telling you to change your coaching style. We're not telling you that you have to like shoot with 16 seconds on the shot clock instead of 12 seconds on the shot clock. We're just giving you like some finer things that we've noticed from the analytics that might be able to help you. And that could be something as simple as PJ Tucker, coming back to Houston when he first starts, like with Houston, like he's not hitting his 3-point shots, but anywhere in the corner. So why don't we like push PJ Tucker to the corners and focus on that and try to get him better opportunities from there? And then PJ Tucker becomes one of the great 3-point shooters in the history of the game. Right. So there are things that analytics can tell you, and they're not a perfect science. There's, we don't know that on a Tuesday, a guy's played 3 games in 4 nights, if he's going to rise up and hit an 18-foot jump shot with 8 seconds on the shot clock with 5 minutes left in a game or something. But what you can do is you can start to find hot spots on the floor. You can start to find the finer nuances of what 2-player, 3-player combos work better together. What type of pick and roll action works with this player, but not with this player. Like, there's a lot of things you can look at. And Monty was the guy who would go to the coaching staff and say, this is what we found, and this is how we think you could better your team. And then he would also take information back from them and say, okay, well, what about this? Or can we look into this further? And so, yeah, he was the bridge, and like kind of an interesting job. But I think it also gave him like a pretty wide runway to learn a lot of things about the game.
Yeah, I pointed that out because it seems like a really unique skill set to be able to work directly with the coach, to be in that general manager role, and to be able to work directly with a coach when you have the ability to, see something maybe from a 30,000-foot view, and then you can get down to ground level with Mike and really, okay, here's what I see, here's what our numbers show, here's what I found. How does that fit? The way that how does that fit what you want, what you feel like you need? Do these 2 things line up? If they don't line up, how can we get the closest to making these 2 line up?
Yeah. So it's like, just for a basic like understanding. So you could say like, hey, somebody shoots 47% from the 3-point shots. I mean, from an 18-foot jumper, right? And it's like, okay, well, like that's pretty good. We're okay if they're shooting 47% on jumpers. De'Aaron Fox, per se, who shoots right around 45, 46, 47% on most of his mid-range jump shots. Mid-range jump shots are bad shots by NBA standards, because the average mid-range jump shot is a 40% shot. And so if you look at it statistically, 40% shot, the shot's worth 2 points. That means that every possession a jump shot is worth 0.8 because we got 40% times it's worth 2 points, right? Where a corner three is the same percentage, 40% from the corner. That's the standard. Every team hits 40% from three. But because it's worth 3, now that's worth 1 point per 1.2 points per possession. So we have these things that, so if you're taking a mid-range jump shot at 40% and a corner three at 40%, and that's all you do all game, one team is scoring 1.2 points per possession and one is scoring 0.8. You're losing 0.4 points per possession every time. So every 10 possessions, you're losing 4 points. So that's where advanced statistics can help you like start to rearrange where you're putting guys. But the point,
or give you a headache.
Yeah, or give you a headache. But my point would be this: we can say that De'Aaron Fox shoots 47% from 18 foot, but that doesn't tell the whole story, because there's probably like 8 different ways that De'Aaron Fox shoots an 18-foot jump shot. So how does he do off the dribble handoff? How does he do off a pick and roll? How does he do off of, like taking a guy off the dribble? Like all of these things are different. So you can map out what is an 18-foot jump shot in so many different ways. And then you can say, what about the left side of the floor versus the right side of the floor? What about while he's on the court with 3 3-point shooters versus 1 3-point shooter? Like there's all of these other things that you can look at to try to find successful ways to be more effective and efficient as a basketball team.
Well, that's a lot.
I dizzied your head.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
No, but analytics has a place in sports. I think it has a place in basketball. It has a place in sports, period. Digging into those numbers, hell, Will Z damn near makes a living now on diving into those types of numbers. So it's super intriguing stuff. It's curious how much of that really comes into play when you build a roster.
Yeah.
I mean, you could go over all the different analytics. It's like, what would the analytics say about this past Kings team that we saw?
Yeah.
Where would the breakdowns be? I mean, we've been over. It doesn't take much analytics. It doesn't take much numbers to figure out, hey, this team makes 15 threes. They win a lot of games. It's like the statistic we had with the Boston Celtics. Boston Celtics, I think, shot exactly 40% from 3 last night. When they shoot 40% or better from 3, the 37-2. I don't know if that's analytics, but that's a hell of a number. But it's also, okay, guys, let's go out there, 40% threes, and we got this game. I guess you want to put yourself in the best position to get to these certain numbers.
Well, the answer is to that question right there is that there are ways in which your players, there are spots on the floor or plays that you run where some of your players shoot 60% from a specific spot. So you can live with some of the bad shots. You can live with some of the things that Jason Tatum does or that Brown does, right? That you would consider low percentage shots because they're your stars and you're going to live with it. But there's also, so if you're going to shoot 30% on those shots, in order to get to 40%, I need to shoot 50% on an equal amount of shots from a different place. And that's where you can start to find those other spots on the floor. I think the best way, like the old ball coach way of Greg Popovich, the story is that he went to Kawhi Leonard when he was young, and Kawhi Leonard was hesitant to shoot the shots that they needed him to shoot. And Greg Popovich went to Kawhi Leonard and said, look, let me just put it as simple as I can. Like the advanced statistics say that this is what happens when you shoot that shot. And we want you to shoot more of them. We want this to happen with it. But here's like the basics of it. Our team is better if you shoot more of those shots. That's how we are better. So if you don't want to take those shots, then I'm going to find some other person that also has an advantage where they shoot their shot, and I'm going to go to them more. But just so you know, if we're going to win games, I need you to shoot more shots because the statistics say that we're better when you do that. And so that's it. Like it's not that we're trying to tell you to shoot more shots because we want you to be greedy. or that we want you to like get average 25 points a game. We want you to score more points from that spot on the floor because that's what makes us a better team. That's it. There's no other mystery to it. We want more of that from you because the collective will win more games if you do that. And so it's pretty basic, but it also requires a lot of like mapping out and computer programming to find all the perfect spots. But at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. Like the Sacramento Kings are a better team when De'Aaron Fox is scoring X amount of points in the fourth quarter. Like now, where is he best at scoring those points in the fourth quarter? Is it on the floater? Is it going straight to the rim? Is it pulling up from 18 feet? Whatever it is, now we can refine how it is that you're scoring those 12 points in the fourth quarter. We need those 12 points from you in order for us to win. How can I get you to be more efficient in those shots? And and then throw in the other thing. How is there a time where I can look at you and know that you can't hit those shots in the fourth quarter? And can I predict when that's going to be? Can I predict that if I use you 27 minutes in the first three quarters, and then I need another 12 from you, and I know I'm going to go up to 39 minutes or whatever, like at what point is there a breaking point where I can see that you can't perform at what I need you to perform because your body can't do what I'm asking it to do? You can't hit the same 18-foot jump shot. You can't hit the same floater because your body is under duress. It's not as fresh as it should be, or, so these are things where you start mixing in the body science of it, where every time a player goes out to do his warm-ups, he jumps on these pads 3 times. He goes out, he does his warm-ups, he comes back, he jumps on the pads 3 times. They're measuring acceleration, deceleration, how long they're in the air, all of these things from these metal pads. And they're tracking it over years to see how players are performing on 3 games and 4 nights, or if there's a point where they're traveling a bunch and all of a sudden you start to see a player fade in these moments, you got to pull back or you got to rest them. Like there's all of these mechanisms that they're trying to work with. And so it's an imperfect science, but it is a science that they're trying to work out and refine as best they can. And then you got to deal with human error.
Do you think the Kings can keep the same pace and movement next year that they had this year?
I think they can get better, but I also think the teams are going to play them differently.
But there's also going to be a maybe small, maybe tiny, but there is almost certainly going to be some sort of turnover in the roster. So there's going to be new players here, and the conditioning process of getting that, like, is that call one? Like, hey, congratulations, you came to this agreement, playing for the Sacramento Kings. Hey, great. You might want to get in shape now. And I don't mean going to play pickup. I mean exhaust yourself, then shoot 100 shots, then exhaust yourself more. And at that point, you can start your workout, because that's the way we play here. You're going to move all of the time.
Wasn't the line from Gilbert Arenas like amazing? Like he said, like paraphrasing, something like, you went out there and everyone saw you shoot 200 shots after you guys lost a game, 200 shots. Like, oh, wow, look, he's doing the work. He's putting in 200 shots. And then you go out in the next game and you take 2 shot attempts in a game. So like, what's it for? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Well, what are you doing? So yeah, when you said, like, there's going to be turnover. Like I'd say a roster total 30 to 40% turnover. Now rotation, there could be 30% turnover in the rotation. I mean, because 30% turnover in a rotation, and a 9-man rotation is 3 players.
It's not a lot, yeah.
Right. So, that's really not that much. We already know Harrison Barnes could be out, could be in. We don't know, but we don't know about Trae Lyles. You're going to need a different backup center. Like guys like Chimezie Metu, Terrence Davis, Alex Len, like Kessler Edwards, PJ Dozier. We already know Dellavedova's gone. Dellavedova signed in
back to Australia.
So that's 6 players right there that we're looking at could be switched out. And that's not even considering if they have a deal that comes up that costs you a Kevin Huerter, or costs you a Davion Mitchell, or costs you one of these other players that you have that you've got to pull the trigger on because it's too good for you to pass up on. So I think that there's, like, the only thing is, the only thing is certain in the NBA is uncertainty.
There's some uncertainty ahead. One last question on, well, it's not really a Monty question, but you called Monty the bridge between the coaching staff and the front office, basically Mike D'Antoni in his group and Daryl Morey in his group. Is there a bridge here?
Well, part of that bridge is Monty, and then I'm going to guess that the other part, yes, there is.
Okay.
It's Robbie Lemons.
Okay.
He's the guy that is on the coaching staff as an assistant now. He's also an analytics guy who I believe went to Stanford. Who he's the guy that, and that's the good thing about, again, we talk about Jordi Fernandez and creating this atmosphere where you're developing coaches to go be coaches.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great thing. But you also need to have the same exact thing as a front office. And I think the Kings have done a good job of that. Like, I think Paul Johnson has potential. I think Phil Jabor has potential. Wes Wilcox could go be a GM again if he wanted. I don't think it, I've had conversations with him and he wants to see this thing through. And he also has kids that are a certain age where you don't really want to pick them up and move them and start over again somewhere. And why not see something through? That doesn't mean that he wouldn't, have to listen to a job offer that came up. But, at the same time, I think he's pretty comfortable where he's at, and he's carved out his niche with this front office, and he likes what's happening. And not only that, but you also get the opportunity to keep building young executives underneath you. They potentially could.
It's not really in the background either. It doesn't really feel like Wes is in the background. You hear, Monty does the press conferences, but you regularly hear, especially from guys like, Anthony Slater, yourself, Mark Spears, you'll regularly hear references of, Monty and Wes.
Yeah.
Monte McNair and Wes Wilcox. So it's not like he's, in some, dark corner office filing paperwork. He gets
standing on the court.
Yeah. He gets it in his little vest, his little GM vest that those two like to wear. But point being, it seems like, again, he doesn't do the press conferences, and Monte McNair is, the general manager, but Wes Wilcox gets I think he gets a lot of love, and I do think he gets a lot of credit for being a part of what that front office has built and is building here with the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah. They're yin and yang. That's what I've always said. These guys they're very different personality wise. But they're both really good guys, and they've found a really good partnership. And I think when it comes to the analytics side, you're going to see a lot more of Monte McNair on that side. When it comes to the final decision, it's usually Monte McNair's final decision, but it's a decision that's made with plenty of voices in the room. And then when you look at how you're running a front office, and because a front office doesn't just manage what players come in and what players go out. It's their staff, whether it's media relations or, the training staff, the medical staff, all of those things they all fall under the head of basketball ops or the basketball ops department. And those things are run by Monty and Wes. And I think Monty allows Wes a lot of leeway when it comes to some of these other decisions that are made. And Wes is a good support piece for Monty.
We'll come back. We'll touch on the Ja Morant situation here coming up in the 2:00 hour. We also got Kyle Draper, NBC Sports California, set to join us coming up in about 45 minutes. If you want to be a part of the conversation, you can at 916-909-1320. Do you know anything about the rebranding that the Kings are doing? Or there's a tease of a rebranding. I'm not clear exactly what's going on, but there seems to be a belief that the logo is changing.
I think the logo is going to change.
That's was strong impressions.
Yeah, but a slight change, and it goes back to other things. I think it has some lineage.
The logo's now a beam.
No, my concern is that the video that you saw that showed some of those changes, they didn't include one color that is typical there. So typically there.
Okay.
So
very interesting.
We'll see.
We'll come back. There's much more to talk about. Chris Haynes wrote something interesting, and it sparked the question. We regularly see star players get traded in the offseason. Will that happen this year? And who will it be? Plus a couple of football notes when dealing with KC with James Ham filling in for Kenny Caraway. Returns here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Man, we're just freestyling. I'm moving topics to tomorrow. Man, we're in good shape. Good shape.
I'm not sure. Like, I don't know. Chester Jackson, I don't know for sure. But I do know that, like, when Vivek bought the team, one of the first things he wanted to do was dump purple. Like, he didn't like the purple. He wanted to go back to royal, which is why we've seen a lot of royal. And I found it really interesting that same little video you saw where they kept changing the logo, that there was no purple in that. So
I feel like they've damn near abandoned purple.
Except for the beam.
Except for the beam.
Do I have time to go get a hot tea?
Yeah, you got time. Go ahead.
I'll be right back. Yeah, the voice is shot. Ooh.
Let's see. We got no games tonight. Tomorrow will be a true off-season show, perhaps the first one of the entire year. Like an actual, probably the first one in over a year. I was telling someone yesterday in the office, the Kings moved up in the lottery on May 17th last year. And like, we never searched for content after that. It was like because I mean, obviously it became, who do you take it for? I mean, and that's such an important pick. It was a month of that and breaking down players and all of that stuff leading into the actual draft, which of course goes into free agency. And the Kings made a ton of news in free agency trades, all of that stuff. So you had that. And of course you had Summer League, California Classic, 40 wins, baby, Summer League. And then, maybe kind of a chill August. And then before you knew it, we were off and running with, the season. And the season, of course, went the way that it went. And I'd argue tomorrow might be the first day since the Kings moved up in the lottery that we have a show where it's like, oh, what are we going to do tomorrow? How can we make sure we talk about the Kings at some point? I like the gray jersey too, Wizzo Mac. I know a lot of people really, really didn't like it. But I don't know why. I liked it. I liked it a lot. I thought the gray with the purple, I thought that was a dope look. I have shoes of that colorway. Like DeMar DeRozan dropped some Kobe, they were called Kobe Comptons, that are like that platinum gray, but they have like there's outlines that are purple. I love those color matches. Was anyone hyped when we drafted Keegan Murray? Matt Georgia was. B. Perry, we just did, but we don't specifically know what it is. Red, white, and blue. Back with the baby blue alternative. Okay. All right, baby blue alternative. I've always liked the baby blue. The royal is my favorite, but
I like the baby blue too.
I do like the Sacramento in full. I do like that too. I like that a lot. No, you good, B. Perry. You good. You didn't miss anything. We don't know. We don't know. Yeah, I did not like the red jersey at all. I mean, it's a lot to say. I hated it. I did not like it at all. I didn't like the checkerboard either, Mark. That's not my bag. Those old checkerboard things. Not my favorite. Not my favorite. Jesse in there paying tribute to the queen of rock and roll, Tina Turner, who passed away today at the age of 83. We welcome you here back to the show. You want to be a part of the conversation? You can. 916-909-1320. A couple of football notes. I had this one in the notes yesterday. Didn't really get to talk about it. We mentioned it a little bit on Sports Sunday with our man Jake Gaden. Davonte Adams says he hasn't been seeing eye to eye with the Raiders front office. And I chuckled at that, like, yeah, what do you expect? I think you very literally traded one of his best friends. Like, what do you think is going to happen in that situation? But it's already this thing with the Raiders where you've got Jimmy Garoppolo there, and he's concerned about what the offense is going to look like, and rightfully so, because he watched the San Francisco 49ers. He's watched the NFL. He kind of knows what Jimmy Garoppolo's limitations are. It appears the only person who doesn't know what Jimmy Garoppolo's limitations are is Josh McDaniels, which gives me great, great concern for all our Raider fan friends, because I don't see it, guys.
I want out if I'm him. Like
Davonte?
Like, talk about a false bill of sale. I mean, like, didn't they trade Darren Waller? Like, have they brought in anyone? Like, what are you supposed to do? I just, the Raiders have the number one rushing, the rushing leader, right?
Yep.
In Jacobs. And didn't Davonte Adams finish like number 2 in yards, receiving yards?
Okay. I knew Josh Jacobs for sure. I didn't.
And they still weren't
Adams
good.
right. Nope.
They still weren't good. And then they still like dumped their quarterback. And like, what exactly do you think that they're going to be able to do?
I have no idea.
Like, if I'm Davonte Adams, like, hey, I've racked up enough yards. I'm already approaching like Hall of Fame status. I would like to play for something. And you guys can't provide that.
And it doesn't feel like the Raiders are. I mean,
no way.
and here's
No
the signing Jimmy Garoppolo isn't. It's not like egregious. Like, I don't think Jimmy Garoppolo is terrible. Just, is he different than Derek Carr?
Well, he's not as good.
Well,
and he can't stay healthy.
That's what I mean.
Let's be honest.
That's
And
what
you
I
know what he
mean.
does? He also, in crucial moments, he loves to throw the high ball, just like Derek Carr.
No.
Like, come on now.
There you have it.
Yeah.
There you have it. Yeah, I was so in on the Raiders last year, and man, did they make a jackass out of me. My goodness. I thought that roster I loved the roster. And I did give Josh McDaniels, I gave Josh McDaniels the benefit of the doubt. I thought maybe he wasn't particularly good in Denver, went back to New England, maybe he learned some things, and now he's truly prepared to be a head coach. I think I was wrong. I believe my assessment was stupid.
Well, knowing is half the battle. to quote Joe.
I believe my assessment was stupid. And
it was stupid.
It was.
Okay.
Yeah, it was. And I can't get back on that train. Raider fans, I'm watching and I'm pulling for you guys. Oh man, I wanted them to succeed last year, but alas, they did not.
No.
Chris Haynes wrote that there's nothing brewing regarding Trae Young in Atlanta in any potential trade. I point that out because that was a name NBA fans were watching. Like, we're accustomed. We're almost trained to expect a star player to get traded during the offseason. It happens very, very regularly. And Trae Young was a name that people had their eye on with, Quinn Snyder's there now, and we know what a no-nonsense guy Quinn Snyder is. There was the general manager, said something along the lines of course, he didn't mention Trae Young by name. He said, we will explore all options to get better. And okay, it's a broad statement, but all options are all options. That should include everybody. So Trae was a guy that Atlanta was a team that people kind of had their eye on. I think there was a report earlier this week that, quote, the Lakers had internal discussions regarding what a package for Trae Young might look like. I look at Trae a lot like Luka. Trae Young is really, really good. But I don't know what he needs around him. Like, I don't know what makes Trae Young better. Like Luka Doncic. Luka's very, very good. I don't know what makes that basketball team better. They're extremely similar players in my mind. And I don't know how you make either one. I don't know what pieces either one of those rosters need to be better.
Okay, so I think that they're different. I mean, just because like play style is slightly different between the two. So like if I'm gonna build a Trae Young team, I'm gonna go back to some of the previous models of like ball dominant guards, but who can pass, right? So and you could say, okay, that's where these two are similar. So if I'm looking at Luca, I'm probably comparing a James Harden led team, right? I'm gonna surround him with shooters that can play defense. Luca, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna give him a couple of like pick and roll rim runners, but defensive players everywhere. And I don't think that they've done a great job. It always feels like they're doing budget replacements or they're paying guys too much money to do things that don't pan out, So with Luca, I think I'm looking at James Harden. There's been other players like that, maybe even Carmelo, but he's a little bit more versatile than Carmelo ever was as far as like the passing ability and everything else. And then if I'm looking at Trae, I'm actually going back to Iverson. Like,
Okay.
I don't need a DeJounte Murray. Having a Bogdan Bogdanovic is okay. What I need there is an Eric Snow. I need a really, really strong defender that can hold up, that can run the point for a little bit of the game too, that can take some of the pressure off of Trae and also utilize. I think Trae is a tremendous shooter from the outside. That's kind of how he made his way into the league. And now he's not a great shooter. And it's because he takes so many bad shots. And I need somebody that can help you clear that up. And how you do that is you make him an off-ball shooter for part of the game. And I think that you can really help him. So I want Eric Snow. I think they even have like their Theo Ratliff in Clint Capella. Like they have some of the pieces there. But even like look at George Lynch or Aaron McKee, like they don't have those types of players. They're trying to go with players who are like more offensive minded as far as John Collins and Hunter. I think that if you're going to play that game, then you got to go full bore. Trae is a guy that almost like Isaiah Thomas, you need to surround him with very specific pieces that can help him be better. And I don't think that they've done that there.
I didn't understand the DeJounte Murray acquisition. It looked.
I did.
You did?
Well, it looked like what you're about to say. They're looking for the guy to take over the team when they got rid of Trae. And how much longer? I mean, how many times does he go through a coach?
Well, and that's the other, that's the other kind of weird, footnote is you have to believe when you bring in a coach like Quinn Snyder, you're bringing in, let us know what you need. We'll have your back. Like you have to believe those types of discussions have been had because Quinn Snyder has enough cachet at this point to go into a meeting with Atlanta and be able to say, hey, I noticed some trends from the outside. Can you fill me in? Like from your perspective, tell me what's going on because I'm sure Quinn will tell you. I know Nate McMillan. Nate McMillan's a very good coach and he's a very good person. I know Lloyd Pierce. Lloyd Pierce has his shortcomings. That's a good coach. They've both been,
chewed up and spit out.
They've both been excused from the organization. Can you tell me what went on between the coaches and Trae? There was something public with Trae and Nate McMillan that hit the Athletic and hit the rumor mill earlier last year. It got to a point where it's like, damn, Nate McMillan. It's pretty clear Nate McMillan's dead man walking. And it sucked because, like, I think everyone likes Nate McMillan. Everyone believes Nate McMillan is a good coach. But you knew he's dead man walking. And Quinn Snyder, I have to believe, asked those questions.
I think he did. He had to ask the question, is Trae, is he off limits? Because
right.
Like, what are we going to do with this? Because, if you're Quinn, how many coaches has Trae played for?
It's the third. This Quinn Snyder's the third.
That's it. Lloyd Pierce was there long enough to be his first.
I think so.
I'd like to look that up because
I will look that up.
I'm kind of feeling like maybe Trae has played with more. I think it was really interesting. Trae Young's dad came out and said, "Oh, that he thinks that Quinn Snyder is, going to save his son's career, right? That he's going to be the thing that changes everything."
Did
we figure this one out yet? Lloyd Pierce. Yeah. So this is his third. Yeah.
Okay. What year he was drafted? 2000 what? Because Mike Budenholzer. Yeah, that's right. Mike Budenholzer was the coach till 2018. Yeah. Lloyd Pierce coached for 3 years. I mean, we won't count, the interim coach between Nate McMillan and Quinn Snyder, but he only coached 2 games, so that doesn't count. But it's short career, three head coaches. Stanley really likes Trae Young, and he tends to yell at us when Trae's name comes up. So Stanley's on the line. 916-909-1320. Stanley, I'm gonna let you say what you got to say, but you got to know I got a question for you coming when you're done.
Mr. Ham, I used to respect you, but now I don't. I really don't, because you're way off base, man. You're just out there in left field. Trae Young is the second coming of Steph Curry, and you don't even know that. You have been around here, been feeding off of this negative energy, and all that. What you see is letting these people influence you in a negative way. I mean, it's wrong. You don't know what you're doing.
Shame.
He needs. You're right. He needs people who can shoot around him. And now, unfortunately, DeJounte Murray, he hasn't done the job. That's all I gotta say.
Well, nope. James is gonna respond, but first, you thought you was gonna call, and I wasn't gonna ask you about your boy. You got any words on your boy, Mr. Huggins?
Oh, listen. That was. I told you. I already spoke about Bob Huggins. I told you he was wrong. He was an old school guy. He's an old school guy, and he shouldn't have used that. This is 2023. I said that. What else you want me to say?
Okay.
Look, he's giving up $1 million a year or something like that on his salary.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the man just wants to coach. I mean, that shows you his love of the game. And I'm not going to try and defend him for what he said. I mean, I know he was wrong. We all make mistakes.
Well, Bob, be more passionate next time, Stanley, when you call, for goodness sakes. We appreciate you, Stanley, as always. Yeah, shame on you, James.
Yeah,
shame on you. You're feeding into the negative propaganda. Just shame on you, James.
Yeah, Trae shot 33.5% from 3 this last year. Steph Curry, he's not Steph Curry. And that's what I'm saying. Like, he came into the league with that reputation as a guy with unlimited range. He's a 35% shooter from 3. And it's not because he can't shoot the 3, it's because he takes a bunch of bad 3s. And that's why I say take the ball out of his hands. So as opposed to him shooting 43% from the field and 33.5% from 3 and turning the ball over 4 times a game, how about we back off of some of those numbers? How about you start making better decisions in year 6 than you did in the previous 5 seasons? How about you stop taking wild, low percentage shots that hurt your team? And that's why I think having a player like an Eric Snow next to him that can take a lot of that pressure off of him as far as a ball handler, even if it is bogey, but I would prefer a better defensive player as somebody who really is like a lockdown. Even like a Marcus Smart would make a lot of sense next to him, where you can take some of the pressure off of the ball handling pressure off of him and then let him create off of that. Like, the difference is they don't have anyone to really do shot creation for him. They don't have they clearly don't have a Domantas Sabonis, but they also don't have someone like Draymond Green that you can start running these things off of. I think that roster is poorly built. It has been, but you still have to find these other players that he can actually create off of and not just try to freelance and do some of the things he does.
Yeah, that front office certainly has a responsibility to clean that roster up. I've never understood the roster, even going back to the Bogdanovich thing. I just didn't get it. I feel like you're acquiring a lot of players who can do the same thing, and then you have the ridiculous John Collins stuff that comes up you signed a player to a max or near max extension. You signed a player that you clearly don't want. You were trying to play some sort of leverage game here, or some sort of, NBA chess game. And every trade deadline, every offseason, there's some report from some reporter that the Atlanta Hawks are going to move forward with John Collins because they couldn't get what they wanted in a trade. Now, they don't include that part, but everybody reads it the same way. They're not going to get what they want in a trade for John Collins because everyone knows they're desperately trying to move John Collins. And it becomes look, here's the offer. You could take it or you can keep John Collins. I know you don't want that player. Why am I going to overpay for him in a trade? And every NBA team who has ever called and inquired about John Collins has said the same thing. I'll just walk away. I don't care. Yeah. I like it. It could work, but I'm not gonna bid against myself, and I'm certainly not gonna overbid against another team that probably don't want him either. We'll both wind up walking away. You'll put your stupid little tweet out, and you'll go play basketball with John Collins, and then you'll underachieve again this year because you've built your roster wrong. It goes back to the bogey stuff. I know we don't see eye to eye on this, but this is why I think if you're Monte McNair, you don't sign Bogdanovich. Everyone says, I'm sure people in Atlanta thought, trade him and figure it out later. Trade him and figure it out later. Here's the problem. This is what it looks like when you can't figure it out. When figure it out later becomes 2 years later, we can't trade him. I know the money was very different, but that was always my concern. You weren't going to be able to figure it out. We say that as if it's easy. It's difficult.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, but at the same time, I think that when you're Atlanta, you got, first of all, a changeover in the front office in the midst of all this. And one front office might have wanted to trade him, another one didn't. Then they wanted to give this new look, a shot where they had DeJounte Murray and Trae Young and John Collins playing together. Like, didn't they play together like a pro-am or something? Like you're starting to see like, hey, this could actually be something that's intriguing to somebody. But now you have a whole new front office. And again, they've like the first sales sign is now like fallen off and it's hanging on by like one nail, like really low, and it's swinging and all the numbers are faded off of it. Like you're not going to get what you thought and at this point, I don't know that you can trade John Collins without taking back really, really bad contracts.
So that's the other side of this. If you really want to trade John Collins, you're going to take a punch. You could throw the punch with trading John Collins. You're going to take a punch back.
Oh, totally.
And you have to decide whether you're willing to take that punch or not.
Again, someone who covers the Kings, I could still make the argument that John Collins would fit perfectly fine in Sacramento. I can. Like, is he a great defender? No, but John Collins can rebound. He can block shots. He can shoot a three. Did any of that look good this year? No, but again.
So what's it look like then? There's a great, what does it look? What's a trade for John Collins and that contract look like?
Well, I'm not giving up much and they're taking back something, so.
What is there to take back? Oh, well, I know.
Well, they're taking back Rich.
Yeah. You're taking back Rashawn.
Yeah. They're taking back Rich and I'm pulling all the restrictions on the 2024 pick.
Mm-hmm.
And that's probably it.
Mm-hmm.
Would you take John Collins for $12 million a year?
For the deal yes, I would do that.
Okay.
I would do that.
So that's where I'm like, hey, like people say you'd be crazy to trade for him. No, because John Collins is still a serviceable player. Is he as good as we thought he would be?
Yeah, John Collins doesn't. I don't mean to imply that I think John Collins isn't good. If you think the fit works, okay, I'm with it. I have questions, but I'll ride with it.
Okay.
But it really boils down to the return.
I'm not giving up
The return
hardly
doesn't. Yeah,
anything.
that's
not.
That return doesn't bother me because that has to be the mindset of any front office that inquires about John Collins.
Yeah.
We're not over. They're taking something back, and you're selling it as, bro, we're doing you a favor.
Yeah, because John Collins is owed 25, 26 and a half, and 26 and a half. And the final one is a player option. But again, you're looking at, what is he, 25, 26? So I'm at least, I would at least listen. I would listen to some sort of, like multiple seconds, pull the restrictions off to 2024.
He's not a 3-point shooter.
Well, he was a 3-point shooter. He shot 38.9% like 2 years ago.
No, he didn't last year.
39. Okay, so he went 40.1, 39.9 as a 22-year-old, as a 23-year-old, 36.4, and then he plummeted to 29.2. He has a finger issue, but we're talking about a guy who at age 22 averaged 21.6 and 10 rebounds per game.
So what's he on his career? 35, 34?
What's that?
Percent? What is he on his career? You had the
35.6
on his career.
And that's with him shooting 29.2 this last season, which was by 5% his worst season ever. And he's 25. He'll be 26 in September. Like he fits the
He works
age
with
arc.
Domas.
He works with Domas. There's a point in his career where he averaged 1.6 blocks per game. I mean, this is a player that, like, if you can get him right, but the question is, can you get him right? And can you get him to make good decisions?
Well, maybe the greater question is it the team? Is it the roster? Is it the makeup? Is it their approach to basketball that hindered him this year? You mentioned the finger issue. Did all of that play a part? Or is he just off?
I don't know.
As you say, is he not right and you got to correct it?
I think you got a chance that you could recover him and you could find a perfectly good player there. Like if I'm taking him or Kyle Kuzma, and I know a lot of people go, "Oh, I take Kuzma every time." I'm like, that's tough for me. Mm-hmm. I think he's a guy that I think the potential for him to be better than Kyle Kuzma is still there.
So the other follow-up to this is this John Collins idea, hypothetically, Atlanta, counter offers. Monty likes the counter offer, sends the deal. All right, John Collins is here. That means Keegan Murray's definitively a 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Especially if you have Sasha Vezenkov, who can give you that other stuff that you're talking about. And
you're good with that.
Yeah, I'm probably okay with that. I don't know. It's worth at least exploring because I think, like, again, we're looking at a player who's had coaches, who's had multiple coaches, who's played with a very selfish player who his stats somehow don't look selfish, but he is, and Trae Young. And then DeJounte Murray, I don't think that's great either. And then a center that can't pass at all.
Yeah.
Like, you got a bunch of problems on that team.
Clint Capella is a very specific type of player. It's Clint Capella excelled in Houston with Chris Paul, because Chris Paul he's a very point guard. Like one thing we know about Chris Paul, he's going to get a center over. Like that's why we joked about if you're Phoenix and you're moving on from Chris Paul for whatever, move him to San Antonio. Let that be the start of Victor Wembanyama's career. But I don't know that Clint Capella is just the guy you take somewhere and throw him in somewhere else and it works. He has a almost one-dimensional skill set. John Collins stuff is interesting though, depending on the asking price. We can continue this because Trae and Luka kind of tie together. We could probably have the same exact conversation about Luka Doncic. Finding the right guys to surround those guys is extremely difficult. But we're going to come back. We're going to talk with Kyle Draper coming up in about 15 minutes, and we'll touch on the Ja Morant situation that we learned about this morning. That's all coming up here. Zelo and Casey with James Ham sitting in for Kenny Caraway returns here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm going to get up for a second. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't be like my first choice of things to do, is to go trade for John Collins. But
for that deal, I don't hate it.
No,
at all.
Because the next 2 years you're only paying $12.5 million for John Collins because
to offset
because Rashawn is sunk cost.
Yeah,
like it's just gone. So like if you've got to, I mean, again, you got to give up Davion in that deal to make salaries work. But
that was the counteroffer I was thinking about, is that they'd work from Davion.
Well, what if you did that, but say we want our 2014 draft pick back?
Take that too. It's you sold me a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh, kind of a lot, but you sold me.
All right, you guys got anything for me? I'm standing up trying to stretch. I've been sitting way too much the last 3 days. Okay, so Stephen Brown's not giving up Davion for Collins. I think that's interesting because I could, again, I would make the argument that I think the Kings can find a replacement without for Davion without really like going crazy, without having to go crazy. I think that there are players out there that they could bring in. What about a sign and trade if Harrison Barnes said yes to going to Atlanta? Okay, so Megaloo Collins just kisses a ton of games. Like I misses. There we go. He does miss a bunch of games, but he misses a bunch of games for a team that nothing matters. Like most of the time, they're a hot mess. They had a good run 1 year, but the other years, it's chaos. Like I would like to see a guy in a situation where it's not chaos. And somehow that's Sacramento. Sun Devils asked me about what teams impressed me so far this season. I'm really having a tough time enjoying baseball at all. I am, because I'm just, the A's situation just made me sick to my stomach about baseball. And I'm closer to not being a baseball fan anymore than I am to choosing a new team. And if I do choose a new team, my new team would be the Padres. And even though I don't like a couple of their players, I still love Bob Melvin. And that's kind of the team I would choose. And plus, my son has a friend who goes to San Diego State. So we'd go down to a game or two. Check it out.
Oh, San Diego's a nice place. Javon, you in San Diego? Is that where you are?
And I know John Collins misses a bunch of games, but John Collins played 71 games this season. And I think he had a finger issue like a good portion of the season. It's the efficiency of when he was younger that's super intriguing to me. 55.6% from the field, 56, 58.3, 57.6. The shot blocking, the lack of turnovers. I don't know. He's not a great defender, but maybe you can work with it. I tell you, his offensive rating versus defensive rating on Basketball Reference is like he's a 121 offensive rating and a 113 defensive rating. Is a +8. I'll take it.
Our man James Ham sitting in here for Kenny Caraway's Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with over 2,000 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky's the limit if you're 21 and over at Sky River Casino. Kyle Draper is going to join us coming up at the bottom of the hour. I think James is the first person to sell me on John Collins. It's very specific. Very specific deal, low return. You could sell me on that with some moves around it. Like you've sold me more than you, because you've mentioned John Collins in the past, and I've always been like, I don't like it. I don't like it. I think you sold me a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, this isn't the first deal that I would make this offseason. Like, if I'm the Kings, I'm looking around, like, how can I get better? But especially if they're looking to get off that contract, like just get away from it, and they're like, okay, this is time. We need it gone. And does that mean, can you get your first round pick back? Like, it's possible. Like maybe throw in a couple of seconds, throw in Rashawn Holmes to take up some of the salary for the next. But
no, not Rashawn Holmes.
If you throw in Rashawn Holmes, you're still looking at, you're saving them so the Kings would pay, basically $12.5 million for John Collins 2 years in a row. But that would also mean that Atlanta is saving that much. And so they would have a little bit more room to go do something, or at least, some breathing room. I'm just saying, like, I don't hate it. And like, if you put him in the right situation, the right team atmosphere, he could be a player that goes back up to closer to what he was before. This is a player that could easily average 20 and 10 on a season. Also a player that for the next 5 years could get you 17 or 18 and 8 and a block a game. And you don't have any of those guys that can block shots at all. He's a super athlete. He can get on the floor and run. He can hit the 3 ball. Like, there are a lot of pluses to him, but he's only 25. And I think,
it's a lot of money.
You get in a situation where everybody and their dog is trying to trade you, not trade for you, trade you. Like, everyone is like mapped out some way to trade him. So I don't know. Like, if you're the Kings, I do think that, like, finding underappreciated assets like that and then trying to turn them into something much bigger.
Well, I think the problem with John Collins is, though, if you want to call him an underappreciated asset, that's fine. He's a very well paid asset, which it's not my money, so it never really concerns me. I think fans get too wrapped up in contracts, because your biggest interest is signing Domantas Sabonis. That's the most important thing that you could do. And you're going to have the ability to do that. So what John Collins makes isn't a big deal.
Yeah, and the cap is going up. We keep talking about that.
I've heard that.
So, yeah. And, I mean, you have to look at him as what percentage of the cap is he making. So when it's at
versus the dollar figure
40, I mean, that's still, it's a decent amount of your cap, but that's what good players cost,
John Morant posted some stuff on his Instagram story that was ultimately deleted. He posted pictures and messages to his mother, his dad, and his daughter. They were brief messages. Think "I love you, Mom," and then another slide said "I love you, Dad," and something addressed to his baby girl with a final slide of himself that just said "Bye." Obviously, people were concerned over that, and rightfully so. And eventually, a wellness check was done on John Morant following that post. And of course, as I'm sure most people know now, John Morant is fine, and I guess told the police he's going to take a break from social media. But this is the latest. It's the latest thing. I don't know. It's the latest thing with John Morant, and this is a little bit different. It's certainly concerning, but ultimately he's fine. He's safe. The police have checked on him. But again, it's the latest thing from John Morant that I'm sure has the NBA concerned.
The NBA should start to be concerned, and I think, like, this type of stuff might shift some of the conversation. And I hope that it's not intentional to shift the conversation, but these are cries for help, and that's a problem. It's not a problem for the league. It's a problem because they have a 23-year-old young man that looks like he might be having some severe problems.
Mm-hmm.
And those problems can become much bigger problems when, heaven forbid, if he had a gun, those are things that, like, this is a kid that has shown you time and time again that he has access to weapons and everything else. And like, you have to start worrying about self-harm and stuff like that. And that's not good.
Yeah, it's not. And you're right. It could potentially shift the conversation a little bit with Ja. I do think a lot of his actions are very stupid. And I hope he needs something. And I don't know what it is. He needs some form of help, clearly. The rehab stint from his previous incident was, and I'm going to be honest, the NBA bears a lot of responsibility for that because they went along with that. And to the best of our knowledge, it was like a 2-day trip to Florida. For all we know, he was in South Beach. But it was he's doing some rehab thing in Florida, and then all of a sudden it was over. When the suspension was levied and it was cleared, he's good now. That's not how rehab works. And I was questionable about it then. I question it even more now, the validity of it, what it really was, what it was about. But again, the latest incident here with Ja Morant, and I'm sure the NBA took notice. But wellness check done. Ja Morant is fine. Hopefully someone took his phone away. And we don't know what's next for Ja, or we don't know when we'll find out either.
Yeah, and I think that there should be concern here. I mean, like, look,
absolutely.
First of all, like, mental health issues in young men starts typically in late teens, early 20s.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's when schizophrenia, bipolar, like the diseases, like mental health, they usually start kicking in. So is there a true problem? Is this just narcissism? Is he emotionally, is there something happening here? Like, stardom has beaten some pretty impressive people in the past. So, like, we're not sure what is happening here, but at this point, you can't let whatever's happening right now in this moment impact what your punishment is for him. Whatever his punishment is, it needs to be.
Yeah.
So let's not let off the gas here because he's got some emotional stuff going on. But the NBA needs to get him help. And it's really hard as an employer or, in this situation as a corporation to, like, force someone to get help. But this kid needs help. So, like, at this point, whatever it is, like, whether it's cleaning out the riffraff and, like, having somebody, as a handler, like, I know I've been around at, like, celebrity golf tournaments. Like, I've been around former NFL players that still have handlers in their 50s. That's something that happens. They still have people that are with them at all times. Ja Morant needs, like, somebody that he needs an adult in the room. And unfortunately, his parents have shown that they may not be those adults that need to be in the room. And he needs somebody there to help him through all of this. Because the last thing I want to see is, the tragedy happen. And it's not because we lose a great basketball player. It's because this is a young man who is putting out the signals that he needs major, major league help. And it's just whether or not you're believing those signals, whether this is just some sort of ruse or whether this is some actual real situation that the league needs to start protecting themselves and protecting a young player and protecting a franchise and all that stuff. Like, this isn't good. None of it's good.
I believe the Dallas Cowboys assigned someone to Des Bryant. Like, they literally had, like, this is your job. Your job is to, everywhere Des goes, you go, and Des goes nowhere without you. It's mental health still is such an uncomfortable conversation for a couple of reasons. I praised the article that Mark Spears wrote about DeAndre Jordan and how DeAndre Jordan was open about mental health. And of course we know about Kevin Love and DeMar DeRozan and their efforts to bring mental health to the forefront of conversation in not just the NBA, but in professional sports. The downside to the mental health conversation is a lot of times I think people use it as a very broad excuse. And I think a lot of times people use it as they use it as a blanket statement. Like, not in the athlete realm, but Kanye West. It was Kanye's got mental health issues, and there's absolutely no doubt that Kanye could use some help. But there's also a line of, yeah, there's some mental health issues here that we need to address. Also, you're willfully acting like a jackass. And finding the line between those two is extremely difficult. And finding the line between behavior caused by a mental health issue and just your behavior is extremely difficult. And I'm not prepared to let Ja Morant off the hook. His posts are concerning, and you're 100% right when you said those Instagram posts. Those should absolutely be taken as signals.
Yes.
But someone has to intervene in this. And in my opinion, it has to be the NBA. The NBA has to intervene in this and talk with him and figure out what are we doing here? Explain those posts to me. What was the thought process behind them? Where's your state of mind? And where are you right now? We'll get to the other stuff. And make no mistake about it, we're going to get to it. But we need to know what this is. And it's a tough line to find. And that's been my concern with mental health being such a part of the conversation, is I feel like a lot of times it's used as an excuse rather than an actual valid point.
It's tough because, even you bring up like such a very good example of someone who has manipulated and used, he has clear mental health problems.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the platforms that he's given in Kanye.
Yeah.
It's the platforms that he's been given, that he's abused, that he's, like at a certain point, like there's so many people making money off of him and these things that he does, that like, it's almost like you keep pushing the button, like, go ahead. It's okay for you to be this guy, because you're making like all these newspaper outlets and all these social media platforms, you're making them so much money for being a crazy. So a lot, you're feeding it.
Yeah.
But that doesn't excuse the fact that he has major mental health issues. And I'm not sure that Ja Morant does. I think it's possible he does. And if he does, we're in that danger area where you need to know now. Someone needs to start, he needs to be in a couple of rooms getting tested for like going through a battery of like emotional and like it tests.
Does or doesn't, we need to, the posts that he put up last night need to be taken seriously.
Oh yeah, of course.
Let's bring in our man Kyle Draper of NBC Sports California. Drapes, how you feeling, my man?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing, man? I'm ready for this off season to be over with. I'll tell you that. This is just going on way too long, man. I need some Kings basketball back.
Well, yeah. Well. Thankfully, your Boston Celtics got a win last night, so at least some competitive NBA basketball can continue. You know, this Celtic team is as good as anybody listening, as good as anybody watching. What did you see last night, Drapes, that was so different from the first three games?
I hate to simplify it like this, and Celtics fans and people in Boston and associated with the team might get mad at me, but they made shots. And, I felt like once they started hitting shots, the defense turned up, the ball pressure turned up, they forced turnovers. And, I don't want to say they're a front-running team because we've seen them battle back, but, when they're at their best, when the shots are falling, they are probably the best team in the NBA. Unfortunately, when their shots aren't falling, like we saw through the first three games, they check out, they seem disinterested, they lack heart. And so, a lot of people want to point to, their defense picking up, but I think it was a result of the offense. Al Horford knocked down some threes, Tatum, but once he hit those 2 threes, I thought, here we go. And that's exactly what happened.
You know, Kyle, like this team has been on the precipice of greatness for a couple of years now, but here they are like in a pretty dark point in their path forward. Like how do they get here? And how do you get out of this situation if this series does end in the next game or two with them getting sent packing again? Is it a player issue? Is it a coach issue? Is it a management issue? Like how do you put this thing right? Because there's too much talent for this team to keep falling apart in weird situations where, again, being a 2 seed, losing to an 8 seed, and not just losing, but looking really, really bad for most of the series.
You know, I think, you know, the finger's got to be pointed at all three levels, players, coaches, and, you know, management. And I'll start with the players. If you're Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, there's no way you two should not be the best players in this series. There's no way Caleb Martin should be outplaying you, Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown, before last night, guys, was shooting 10% from three-point range through the first 3 games. You know, no way Gabe Vincent should be outshining you. So the players have to take on some personal pride. Joe Mazzulla deserves a lot of blame as well. His timeout patterns, his substitution patterns. How come Grant Williams couldn't get off the bench in game 1? Now he's playing 30 minutes a game. Like, it's you know, so where's the consistency there? But I think it boils down to before the season, Brad Stevens, ownership, they did not put Mazzulla in a position to succeed. You look at that coaching staff, you don't have one veteran on there. You don't have one guy that's been in the trenches, that's led a team deep into the playoffs. And yet you have a first-year head coach, NBA head coach. They didn't surround him and put him in a position to succeed. And give him credit, man, because he's taking some barbs. He's taking all kinds of darts and arrows being thrown at him. And he's still there. And I thought he made some good adjustments yesterday. But I don't think they really put him in a position to succeed, especially in that market, especially with those expectations.
Well, he certainly took over like in extremely difficult circumstances, as we're all aware of. But Drapes, where are you
right now?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm in an airport.
I knew you were somewhere where there was security, because I was like, Drapes is way too low key right now. Drapes is just too chill.
My voice is jacked up too. So my allergies are so bad right now, dude.
Welcome to California, baby.
Don't even sound like me. It's killing me, man. It's killing me, dude. I have an appointment with an allergist in a couple of weeks because I need to be right before the season begins.
Oh, you got time. I just kept thinking, Drapes is somewhere where there's security. I know it. Like, I can tell by the way he's talking. He's somewhere.
What you think?
I was thinking Sac County Jail. I don't know what you're talking about.
What do you think about Denver? And, you know, Denver making quick work of the Los Angeles Lakers. They're just waiting to see what happens out here in the East. It was a team that the Sacramento Kings played very well against during the regular season, and here they are waiting to find out their finals opponent.
Yeah, I think Denver's going to be the eventual champion, right? They're playing better than anybody right now. Jokic is indefensible. He's unstoppable. He's unguardable. I mean, he can score. He can pass. And if Jamal Murray is playing like playoff Jamal Murray, they are not going to be beat. And what nobody really talks about, those fellas, they're a balanced team. They are a complete team. You know, whether it's KCP, Michael Porter, they have other guys that can impact the game. And I thought, you know, Aaron Gordon in that closeout game was really the difference in that one, what he gave them against the Lakers. And I just think Denver, man, they are a complete team. And I don't know why I disrespected them. I don't know why we disrespected them during the regular season. But Michael Malone got some boys playing. And I tell you, if Jamal Murray is 25, 27, 28 points per game, Jamal Murray, they can't be beat, because Jokic, a bad night for him is 20, 12, and 14 or something like that. You know what I mean? That's a down night for him. I just think, you know, they're legit, man, and give them all the credit. I just can't see anybody beating them because they're consistent too. The Celtics just aren't consistent. You know, you never know which Celtics team you're going to get. And I just think, you know, eventually if you're the Celtics, your plan was fire, obviously, in this Miami Heat series. And if you do that against Denver, you're not coming back against them. And so I got Denver winning it all.
Hey, Kyle, I was talking to Mark Jones the other day. We were texting back and forth.
Oh, that's your first mistake right there. That's your first. No, I'm just.
Well, we're ready to
ahead,
go. We're ready for our plane tickets to Greece to go scout Sasha Vezenkov and maybe like can talk him into coming over. Are you on board for this? Like me, you, and Mark heading over and like doing our own scouting trip on Sasha Vezenkov?
I'm ready, man. I feel like we'd be the last ones. I feel like ushers and concession stand workers have been over there checking them out. Like everybody's been over there. I guess we're the last ones, but I got to imagine he's coming over, right, guys? What is he, 27 right now? I mean, now is the time for him. If you're a player over there, you want to test your skills against, the best in the world and see what you're made of. Now's the time. It's not like he's getting younger. And I was saying this the other day to somebody. You don't want to be an Arvydas Sabonis kind of guy. Great player, obviously, but by the time he got over to the NBA, still very effective, but wasn't the same kind of player he was when he was younger. Sasha's in his prime right now. I think he's going to come over, and I think he's going to be in this Kings rotation, to be honest with you.
Drapes, you got high expectations for the Kings next year, don't you?
Oh, for sure. And I'll tell you what, man, to me, and I know this sounds crazy, and I was talking to Doug Christie about this the other day. I said, what we saw from this Kings team this year is not going to be good enough next year. You know what I mean? Like, they still need to take a step forward, in my opinion. I don't think the same effort, the same whatever you want to call it, leads you to 48 wins. I think the West will be better next year. I think, teams are hungry, coming for you. Now you're not going to sneak up. So those losses against Washington and Charlotte at home, we can't have that next year. This should be a 50-plus win team next season.
Okay. Kings.
I got high expectations, bro.
Yeah, that's it. Hey, I'm with it.
Yeah.
I'm with it. There's no reason not to have those, man. Drapes, where you headed?
Back to Sac, actually. I'm on my way back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm coming home. I'm like, you know what? I need to get back to my people and get out there. So I'm on my way back.
All right, brother. Well, we appreciate you, man. Safe travels, and hope you're feeling better, man. Thanks for jumping on with us.
All right, fellas. I'll talk to you soon. Thanks.
It's our man, Kyle Draper, or a version of our guy, Kyle Draper. Normally, Kyle's animated, and allergies can get you, though. Shoot, you know that. I don't think there's a person watching or listening to this that don't know them allergies can get you. What do you think about that last thing he said, though? Kings, what the Kings did this year won't be good enough next year.
Oh, I fully agree. I mean, look at the final week of the season, the final 2 weeks of the season, and the playoffs. They were played completely differently, and you're going to have to be better. Your offense is going to have to cook in a different way. Your defense is going to have to be better. In order to keep this up, you're going to have to be better. I will say this. I think there are a lot of teams, though. Denver clearly is one team that I think we can circle and say Denver is going to be really, really good next year. After that, we don't know what's going on with Memphis with Ja. We don't know if the Warriors are going to be the Warriors. We don't know if the Clippers can somehow find a way to get two injury-prone guys to not be injured. We don't know that Minnesota is ever going to figure anything out. Like, the Kings are one of the few teams that have a clear path of improvement, where the other teams, the Lakers, we don't know like how many of those pieces are coming back.
Yeah.
Like, we don't know that Dame Lillard gets the third pick in the draft and they go out, whether they trade it or not, whether that's going to be a better team. We don't know what will happen with Zion Williamson. The Kings are the one team outside of Denver that you can almost point to and say, hey, look, there's a natural progression here of what should happen. They should be better next year than they were this year. And there's a path for them to get better with going out and hitting the free agent market or going out and hitting the trade market. There are paths for them to improve. So I agree they have to be better, but I also think that like they can be better by like this much and they win 52. Like they don't need to be better by this much.
Leaps and bounds.
Yeah, they just need to be better by, a small amount, and they can be a better team. And so I get what they're saying, but I also think, like, look, this team learned a lot. They just went through the trials and tribulations of a 89-game season. They now know what they want. They now know they have a taste of it. They now have some players that I don't think will rest on their laurels after getting some acclaim. They have a clear room for improvement when it comes to Keegan Murray. And then I think the question you asked, like, who's the other players that can improve? Well, it's still De'Aaron Fox. It's still Malik Monk. Like, these are your players that can improve. It's Kevin Huerter. Kevin Huerter can improve. I mean, he's 25 years old, 24 years old. Like, these players can get better. And so they can get better together as with better chemistry. They can also get better with just a natural progression as a player of going into the offseason and working on the things that you're not great at and trying to clear up some things.
You said that twice now, the thing about De'Aaron. I'm going to ask you to elaborate on that when we return here. It's D'Lo and KC with James Ham sitting in for Kenny Caraway, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. You don't have to cut that, by the way. It's a little sketchy sound.
I didn't know how long we were going to keep him on.
I could. It just sounded a little
funk.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I meant drapes, by the way. Okay. Just make sure.
That's not what like I'm trying to say is like to go.
No, what he means is that those clips get hits on YouTube.
Yeah, I certainly think there's a why not.
Should the Kings get ... It sparks discussion. That's fine. Yeah, no, that's fine. We did our part. I thought the open was strong. A couple that we had.
Building's had a weird vibe this week.
It's empty.
Yeah.
There's literally there's like 3 people here.
I've noticed that too. When I went to go get coffee, go get tea, I'm like, yeah, how come there's no one in here?
There's absolutely no one here. Now everyone will be here tomorrow because we have a meeting at 11. But
what's a meeting for at 11?
It's a staff meeting.
I don't need to be here, do I?
You don't need to, no. Nope. Yeah, please.
How long is it going to last?
About 45 minutes.
So I'm just trying to gauge when I show up.
Yeah, they usually end around 11:45 or so. Are you good tomorrow to do this again tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure.
As long as I can get up in the morning. I did not expect to do an hour and 45-minute podcast last night. Yeah, Brendan was late getting on, which was, we knew that coming in. Like we had said, hey, we're just going to run with me and Sean unless you can get on late. And he was able to get back to his family's house. So, and then just kept going. We took questions from the audience. That usually takes a while. And then we talk about nonsense. Sean's going to Bottle Rock. Stuff like that.
Yeah, always got to have nonsense.
Yeah. I mean, a podcast is about letting people like into your home a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And I know some people complain or they want like timestamps and stuff. And I'm like, that's fine. Just don't watch the whole show. That's fine. I'm not going to dig through and timestamp everything.
916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation. Of course, if you're watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 or youtube.com/ESPN1320, you can get in on the conversation through the chatty house. Quick football note. I was listening to the Kings Beat. Not last night when you went live at 10 o'clock, but I was listening this morning and listening to Sean and what Sean has been up to covering the San Francisco 49ers and OTAs and, talking with all of the 49ers quarterbacks. And I was just like, man, the 49ers have the potential for another really, really special season ahead. Like the 49ers are entering like a kind of they're entering this weird territory where you're almost like at some point, like you've got to win. They have an extremely talented roster. Their quarterbacks have remained in question now for like this, what are we on, like a 3 or 4 year run, their most recent run here. And it's, Jimmy Garoppolo's, okay, he got him to this spot. Oh, but he's not good enough to get him over the hump. Like this goes wrong. He misses this pass. We got this, or we make the move to get Trey Lance. Well, Trey Lance gets hurt. We're going to play Jimmy Garoppolo one more year. And then we got this Brock Purdy kid in there making this run. Now Brock Purdy gets hurt. Now we're playing, who was it? Josh Johnson or whoever the hell was the quarterback.
Oh, he lasted for like 3 seconds.
Oh, just terrible. And then you've got these injuries all over the place to these quarterbacks. And it's like, okay, it seems like they want Brock Purdy to start. They're not 100% certain that he's going to be ready for week 1. Trey Lance is still there, and Trey Lance, from the stuff Sean Cunningham was talking about, from the different videos that have been posted by our friends who covered the 49ers. He's upbeat, he's excited about the upcoming season, and it's this quarterback, you've got to figure this out in the quarterback room, because you've got a supremely talented roster that really is truly on a special run, but the run doesn't mean anything if you don't ultimately win. And they're, with each year that passes, that window starts to close. They've got to, this is another Super Bowl year for the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, it always strikes me that when you get to the final 4, the final 8 teams, that you look at the quarterbacks that are still left, and there are always some tremendous, incredible quarterbacks. In the last couple of years, I feel like every time you look at who's left, the Niners have either the worst or like the second worst quarterback option out of every team.
Yeah.
And we all know that, like, you go into a Super Bowl and you're going to be facing Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or Joe Burrow. Like, there is so much talent that you're going to be facing. And in the Super Bowl, you have to go out and win the game. You can't just game manage the whole time. And I feel like the 49ers have been sort of treading down the game management line for too long. And even the one game manager they had in Jimmy Garoppolo, he wasn't good enough as a game manager. He made too many mistakes for a quote unquote game manager type quarterback, guy who has, never been able to stay healthy, but also makes bad throws at bad times. That's not like your typical game manager. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, I find it interesting that they're going young and that they have a bunch of young options. And then, of course, Sam Darnold, right? Like, who's never been able to do anything right at the NFL level. Like, it doesn't matter how gifted he is, he still hasn't won. So
I'll stall him out a smidge, and I don't disagree with him. He's been on really bad teams.
No, of course he has. Yeah, I totally agree. But
the Jets can't get anything right. I mean, most people would say they have now, but in terms of drafting a quarterback and proving that he can play, they've got that wrong at every turn. Starting with Sam Darnold, carried over to Zach Wilson.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen them be a little more aggressive. Like, I get that you think Purdy can be something special, and I watched him, and I totally agree. He reminds me a little bit of Drew Brees. He's accurate. He can hit the throws that he needs to hit. He's got enough mobility to stay alive, but look, he's inexperienced. You're basically like, this is like a Joe Mazzulla situation. Like, you're walking into the season with the potential to have 3 completely unproven quarterbacks. One that looked good for like 5 minutes, but got hurt.
Yep.
One that has never had the opportunity because he keeps getting hurt in Trey Lance. And then one that hasn't been on a good team and has never shown that he can do anything on a bad team. So why, like, again, I would have hedged my bet and brought in someone better if I'm them. And that's just because, again, it's like, it's a little bit like Joe Mazzulla. You're going in.
But who? Like
with
Aaron Rodgers? Would you have brought in Aaron Rodgers?
No, but even like I could even make the argument that if they would have gone out and got like Derek Carr, and I don't love Derek Carr, but first of all, I think Derek Carr is much better than Jimmy Garoppolo, and he's healthier but he also has been in like inconsistent, weird situation with a funky team for a long time. I don't like how he steps up in big moments and makes mistakes, but I also, think that he's at least a guy that can go get me 4,500 yards if I need it. And I just don't know that they did enough there. But then again, maybe they did. I've never seen a Super Bowl contender moneyball their quarterback situation. It's kind of strange.
It's different, and how it plays out if Brock Purdy isn't ready for week one will certainly be interesting. And I think, an addition to that is Kyle Shanahan, I think, said yesterday that, sometime during this OTA process that he really hopes, he's hopeful that Brock Purdy will be ready for week one. But to be ready for week one, that means you probably got to be ready like a month before. It's not like, okay, I got cleared on Tuesday, I'm going to go start on Sunday. Like, I don't think that's what's happening. So,
yeah,
when you're tracking Brock Purdy's health, you're tracking for him to be ready in, at the worst, I would think the middle of August. You start getting good signs around there, around the beginning of August. Hey, he's going to be cleared soon. You get the middle of August. Now you've got a month to get ready for the NFL season. Like, I can go along with that. Again, the caveat to that is this is a young quarterback. This is a young, what was it, Mr. Irrelevant? Was he the last pick in the draft quarterback? Yeah. Like, that's a lot of, okay, you're the leader. You're the leader of this team. That's tough, man. That's tough.
I think it's crazy too, because, everyone can point to a situation that you can say, well, Tom Brady was a 6th round pick, and you can but these things don't happen all the time. Like, it is randomness that he came in and was impactful and effective. And I don't know if he can be for an entire season. I like him. I do. But you got a team that I would really, really like him if he wasn't injured at all. But he's injured.
Yeah. And
so that's a big problem. I mean, we're not talking about some like minor injury. I mean, he tore up his elbow.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. Like, I fully blame the 49ers. I blame management for walking into the NFC Championship game with Josh Johnson as your backup quarterback last year. You just can't do that.
That's tough. Yeah. Kyle Shanahan said yesterday Brock Purdy will be allowed to start throwing sometime next week. So the fact that he's throwing in May, perhaps early June, maybe that's a positive sign for him to be the starting quarterback. But as you laid out, he's still a bit of an unproven commodity. And the problem with that is, so are the other two quarterbacks. The other two main quarterbacks on the roster, they're unproven. And some would call Sam Darnold not even a commodity. I'm going to stall Sam Darnold out just a little bit. So not quite in NFL mode yet, but certainly some exciting things on the horizon, I think, for the two local teams. It's local-ish teams with San Francisco and obviously a lot of Raider fans here. I think there are more general football fans here in this area than specific. There are definitely a lot of 49er fans.
Mm-hmm.
I still think there are a lot of Raider fans, which kind of blew me away because I was really upset with Mark Davis for the move until I realized, and I know some, Roddy, I know a lot of Raider fans did care that they left Oakland and went to Las Vegas, but I also encountered a lot who were like, no, it's cool. And I guess with the Raiders, you're just used to that. Oakland, Los Angeles, Oakland, Las Vegas. I guess you just get used to it, and you're rocking when you sign up on whatever fictitious sign-up sheet there is to be a Raider fan. You're doing it for just that. You're doing it to be a Raider fan, regardless of what city comes before that.
I've always found Raider fandom to be like really strange to me. I don't understand it. they're a disloyal franchise, and the fans are so loyal. And that's I think that there's some sort of I'm actually hoping for this day. I'm hoping that if the A's do pick up and move and go to Las Vegas, which it looks like they will,
Yeah.
I hope that no one shows up. I hope that they lose everything. I hope that they go bankrupt, because their fan base and the Oakland Raiders are not the same fan base. They're just not. You can be like I grew up a 49ers fan and an A's fan. You can be a Giants fan and a Raiders fan. You don't have to be an Oakland guy or a San Francisco guy. And I know a lot of people that are like me, but that are flipped. They're opposite. They're, Giants fans and 49ers fans, or Giants fans and Raiders fans. Like, for some reason, I think that the Oakland A's ownership and management believe that they will be able to move to Las Vegas and have the same reaction, but their fan base has not been conditioned to chaos and failure and like moving them like Raiders fans. And I don't think it's the same fan base. There is some crossover, but the loyalty won't be there. And so you better hope that the good people of Las Vegas are ready to go sit in a dome and watch the game, because I don't think you're going to draw a lot of people. There aren't going to be people flying to Las Vegas for a 3-game homestand like they do every weekend.
For the Raiders,
fly down from Oakland to go catch a Raiders game all the time, from San Jose, from SFO, from SAC. There are Raiders fans all over the place. It's just different.
I want to get to Daniel here at 916-909-1320. I'm sure a million people have made this comparison. I don't think you've said this on the show. Maybe you haven't. This is the plot of Major League.
Oh, it is.
Like, this is 100% the plot. And there's not going to be like a cute little happy ending at the end of this thing. Like, this is from the terrible stadium to the roster they put together. Like, this is 100% the movie Major League.
And that's why I've told you, like, I'm closer to giving up on baseball, my first love, than I am to finding a new team, because this is not just one person. It's like the Major League Baseball is complicit in this. They should not be giving a free relocation for the Oakland A's. That's not the way it works.
916-909-1320. Daniel, appreciate you being patient with us, man. What's on your mind?
Oh, no problem, Casey. Hey, Hammer, you hit it on the head for me as a longtime 49er fan. I don't understand how a lot of fans think that we're going to win a Super Bowl when, like you said, you stated it perfectly. The 49ers are trying to moneyball the quarterback position. And like you said, again, when you get to the final 4 teams, we always have the worst quarterback. And I think that's just Shanahan. That's the way he does it. I don't understand how you can look at the history of him here with the 49ers and think that it's going to be different this year. With that being said, do you think the 49ers will ever get rid of Shanahan? Because he's not going to win a Super Bowl here. It's just the way he built the team. He thinks that he can win a team with defense and a good run game with a quarterback that he can manage, and that's not going to get it done against the Mahomes and against the Hurts.
Good stuff, Daniel. I always knew people didn't know the difference, and I've always known people didn't know which one was D'Lo and which one was KC. I always expected that, and I think Daniel confirmed that at the beginning of the call, and that's fine. It doesn't bother us. We're it's still better than when we're in the area at the concourse of the Golden One Center, and someone looks dead at us and goes, "Hey, Deuce and Mo," and we just couldn't figure out which one was Deuce and which one was Mo, but he was talking directly to us, and it was fascinating.
That's wild.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Yeah, I'm gonna there's something he said there. I don't fully disagree with him about Shanahan. As somebody who has watched every game, and I love the NFL, and there are often times where I am extremely frustrated with Shanahan as a coach. And I always think to myself, okay, like, look, is he the right guy? We keep thinking offensive genius, and it's force fed. And then he's too conservative. He's too conservative, like way too often. And you're like, okay, like, look, this thing has potential to be like so multifaceted. Then I watch, the Kansas City Chiefs and some of the play design that they do, the things that they do at Travis Kelce, where he just does these weird pivots over the middle and catches a ball and boom, he's got 20 yards. Like, there's so many things that they do that are intriguing to me. And I get it that you don't have the quarterback to do it. And that's why they went on and traded all those picks for Trey Lance, because they were hoping that he would be that guy, that they would have a Mahomes type player.
Mm-hmm.
But they also went a little abstract there. And they didn't just go out and get he was a stretch. He was a stretch where they took him. There might have been another team that took him there, but still, like, you didn't exactly go out and like take a safe pick here. Took a guy out of a not a major gigantic college
Who hadn't played.
He hadn't played a lot. And so you took some gambles here. And I think that the defensive side of the ball, by having like low paying quarterbacks, you've been able to go pay a Nick Bosa or a Trent Williams or a Christian McCaffrey or Fred Warner. Like, you can do all of these other things because you're not paying 40 plus million for a quarterback. But eventually, it's about winning Super Bowls.
Can we still call Trey Lance a low paid? Now I understand salary wise, he is a low paying quarterback, but what it cost you to get him is not. Like, Trey Lance was the roll of the dice, and I've been extremely critical of Kyle Shanahan through the years, especially with Kenny, who is a big fan of Kyle Shanahan. But I do think this past season has to be considered his finest coaching job. Like, regardless of what it turned out to, like, we can feel however we want to about like Brock Purdy, and you can love Brock Purdy and think that Brock Purdy is the future of the San Francisco 49ers at the quarterback position. That's perfectly fine. The fact is, Kyle Shanahan still had to put in an unproven backup quarterback after they made the decision to keep him. They made the decision to keep him as the backup quarterback, put him out there, and they won like 10 games in a row. Like, I think they lost a week before Halloween and didn't lose again until all their quarterbacks were gone in the NFC Championship. And again, I'm not excusing them going in with Josh Johnson as a quarterback. Like, I'm not saying that. I just think overall, Kyle Shanahan had a very, very good year as the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. Arguably, I know he's been to the Super Bowl in the past and all of that. I'd argue it was his finest coaching job.
But saying that, you have a championship roster.
I agree.
You have to win.
I agree.
A Super Bowl, and you have to have the ability to win a Super Bowl, not just like, I think that's where I come down to, like, would I put money on them to win a Super Bowl? And I don't know. Like, I love their defense. Their defense is going to be spectacular. And I love the versatility of the offense when it comes to, the players that they have, whether it's Debo or it's McCaffrey or, but again, you're taking such a risk. You're taking a risk with one of the most valuable things that we're ever going to see, one of the most valuable commodities we're ever going to see. That's a season of Trent Williams, because those seasons are almost gone. And you're taking one of those seasons and you're rolling the dice that one of these three-headed monster quarterbacks, one which has never proven he can do anything on a good team, who's never been on a good team, one who's coming off of elbow surgery and was the last pick in the draft a year ago.
Yeah.
And then one that is looking more and more like a number 3 overall bust.
Wow,
that's tough.
Yeah, that is tough. Well, let's stick with coaches. You alluded to this earlier in your buddy Mark Stein apparently wrote about this as well. Monty Williams declined a big money offer to coach the Detroit Pistons. I applaud Monty for that. I do not think that Detroit Pistons job is good. I think if you squint or you get LASIK, maybe you can convince yourself you're seeing something with that roster. Maybe it's one of those things where you see what you want to see. Like, I look at Orlando and I go, I see it. Like, I get it. I see Orlando. Detroit, I don't see it yet. I can't see it. So the fact that Monty turned down that job, I think that's a smart move for Monty Williams right there.
Oh,
in
I
my
totally
opinion.
agree. Yeah, because you have no real structure. All you have is young players. I mean, this is like the 2017, 2018, 2019 Sacramento Kings. That's what this is. It's a team with a bunch of young guys, and you don't know who they're going to be. And you hope that Cade Cunningham still has greatness in him, but you don't know. You got Marvin Bagley there for a couple more years. I love Jalen Duren. You got Jaden Ivey. I mean, you got a ton of talent, but talent in the NBA is a 4-letter word. Like, there's a big difference between prospect and productivity. And if you can't find a way to convert that, that's tough. And they don't have what you would consider, quote unquote, winning players. Again, you throw Weissman on that. Who's making the decisions? If Monty Williams is taking that team, I want full basketball control. And I'm not waiting for all of these players to see if all of these players can pan out. Because they can't. They can't pan out because they're all too young together. They have to have veterans that can help them get along. And I know, they got guys like Corey Joseph, and they've had some players, Bojan Bogdanovic, right? Is he still there? Yeah, I believe he's still there. But these are
they didn't move him. I think they were talking about like re-signing him, if I remember.
I think they did re-sign him, but then I thought it was with the intent that maybe they could. Either way, like, that team to me really does have some major problems with. There's just no clear path forward for them. There's a bunch of clear paths forward or unclear paths forward, and that's a problem. And it, like, bringing along young players when they don't have any sort of defined thing around them is really difficult.
Yeah, that's a tough job. So tough that I completely forgot it was available until James mentioned it earlier in the show. Completely forgot, because we've been overtaken by the fact that there are contenders available in Philadelphia, Milwaukee, and Phoenix. A report coming out of Arizona says that Jordi Fernandez will interview tomorrow with the Phoenix Suns.
All right.
So it's a bit unclear based on dual reporting last night whether this is a final round of interviews or Phoenix is just doing interviews, because there was a 5 finalist list that was put out last night that did in fact include Jordi Fernandez, along with Nick Nurse, Doc Rivers, Frank Vogel, and Kevin Young. And then it was Chris Haynes who followed that up with, well, they're not quite down to their final group yet, because they'd like to talk to Kenny Atkinson and Charles Lee as well. Kenny Atkinson is another name, along with Nick Nurse, that you see tied to most of these jobs. Those contending jobs are very difficult for reasons that Joe Mazzulla is experiencing now. Now, Drapes brought this up a minute ago, or about a half hour ago when he joined us, and I do think context is important. These jobs are really difficult. The Philadelphia, the expectations are really high. Milwaukee, Phoenix, expectations are really high. The difference with Joe Mazzulla is these coaches will likely be hired within the next week or so. That gives you June, and you're building your coaching staff. That's a far cry from what happened to Joe Mazzulla, where he was hired 7 days before the start of training camp, and he coached with Ime Udoka's staff, who, by the way, is probably going to go coach with Ime Udoka in Houston. So there almost certainly will be changes to the Boston Celtics bench next year, regardless of what they decide to do with Joe Mazzulla, because he never had the opportunity to hire his staff. And I'm not suggesting he didn't know those guys. He obviously knew them and had worked with them, but that's not his staff. If he had ever had the idea of building out a coaching staff, and I'm sure that he did, he didn't get to do that last year. They went with Ime Udoka's staff. I'm sure that was Brad Stevens' version and perhaps just the Boston Celtics in general, their version of attempting to create stability.
Yeah, it's a mess. Like, it was a mess in the beginning. It's still a mess, and you got to find a way forward. So, like, when it comes to like building out that staff, and like, look, I think there's going to be a lot of musical chairs when this all thing is said and done. I mean, there's going to be coaches and head coaches in new spots, but then the whole chase for the assistants is going to be wild, and that's going to be league wide. It's not going to be just one spot. I mean, look at Doc Rivers' staff in Philadelphia. It's one of the best staffs in the game. You got, Dave Yeager, you've got Sam Cassell, you got a bunch of guys on that staff. You got a bunch of guys on all of these staffs that are just, when a head coach gets fired, almost always the assistants are left hanging out to dry.
Mm-hmm.
Some assistants get kept on, especially if they have ties to the franchise. Guys like Doug, or Bobby. Like, sometimes they get kept on because they've been along with the franchise for so long. But like, this is going to be a free for all once all of these things fall in place, where coaches are flying all over the place. It's going to be chaos, and it's going to be fun to watch because like,
ain't got nothing to do with us.
Yeah. Who knows what, yeah. Isn't that weird that you're finally in a situation where like, this isn't, it's better them than us. Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, the instability that the Kings have gone through over the years and years and years, it kind of feels like this is one of those moments where they are one of the few stable teams as things all around them are crumbling.
So a couple of things you mentioned, you've said something about De'Aaron twice this week that I want you to elaborate on when we return. Plus, James mentioned a rumor he heard regarding the California Classic earlier today. If you missed that, we'll run it back for you here. When D'Lo and Casey with our ESPN 1320 Kings insider James Ham, brought to you by Sky River Casino, returns here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. That's good. Yeah, that's good for him.
Yeah. Alfonso Valdez, potential is a 4-letter word. I may have misspoke.
You said talent.
Yeah.
Would the Pistons' job have been better if they had a top 3 pick instead of the 4th pick?
Yeah. Yeah, I still don't think Monty would have taken it. That's just a lot of young guys right there. And
it's a freaking mess.
Monty might be past that stage in his career where he wants to do that.
No, you gotta have some players that know how to play the game, and they don't. Like, the whole team is a bunch of dudes who don't know how to play the game outside of, the adults in the room, which is Corey Joseph, he probably won't play that much, and Bojan Bogdanovic, who they're going to trade as soon as they can, like as soon as he's got enough money. And look at like Sadiq Bey. People are like, oh, Sadiq Bey really didn't develop. And it's like, yeah, because he's on a team with a bunch of young guys who all are fighting to prove that they are the next, name that superstar. And it is what it is.
I like Sadiq Bey.
I do too. See, that's another guy with taking a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Even that, what did they give up for him? It wasn't much.
No, it wasn't.
Shot 40% from 3.
Wasn't.
4.8 rebounds, 11.6 once he got traded. Like, he went on to a good team and a decent team in Atlanta and actually produced.
Yeah, I'll get him right after the break. That's actually a pretty cool story. Michael Block.
I don't know it.
He's basically a club pro, but he had like highlights galore from the PGA tournament this weekend.
That hole in one was pretty crazy.
Yeah, that was. I mean, I was thrilled for the dude. I was like, this is kind of awesome.
Sun Fowles, what is that? Is that how we say that?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
Seems to like it.
Thanks for noticing my Lulu shirt. I got this for my birthday.
What the?
I have to hide him from my son, though.
Cats.
He steals all my stuff.
I believe it.
And then I started stealing his stuff, and he didn't like it.
Sounds fair. Did the boat situation get figured out?
God damn it.
Keep in mind, I watched the podcast.
Dude, when I got home, I'm pulling in the lake from coming straight from here. I get this like, hey, like, can't get the boat off the lift. And I'm like, okay. So I go down, there's an issue, like the lift has a lock on it and the lock won't go past a certain point. And with a boat on it, it's really hard you need to get the boat off it and then fix the lift because you don't want to be underneath a boat messing with the lock mechanism in case it decides to go back down and you're stuck under the boat in the water.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
No. So we finally got the boat off the lift, which took us like shimming the boat and then pulling it out with like hooking on a rope and pulling it with a pontoon boat to get it out. And then because my son let it flood with water, even though I kept telling him to go check on the boat, he let it fill up with water during the off season, which did a ton of damage, like rusted out, like destroyed a brand new battery, ate all of the battery cables and stuff. So problem is I let them go. Once they got the boat out of the water, my son went to go pick it up with the trailer on the other side of the lake. They had to tow it over. And then I forgot that because he had destroyed the electronics on the boat right now, the lift on the motor won't go up. So when you go put the boat on the trailer and go to take it up the ramp, the motor scrapes on the ground. So he had pulled it too far up the boat ramp, dragging the motor, etching the concrete and scraping the bottom. But then I get there and I'm like, seriously. So I had to drive the thing up, just totally dragging the motor on the ground and get it all the way up onto a flat spot. Then we had to lift the boat up on the trailer, add 4x4s underneath the boat, and then try to get it home with it like this far off the ground.
And this all happened immediately following doing a radio show for 4 hours.
Yeah. And then I had to go do a pod for.
The Adventures of James Ham during the commercial breaks over on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320. I want to get to Kings. I want to get to the remark you made about De'Aaron Fox plus that California Classic rumor. But I want to hear from our man Ramsey first. 916-909-1320. Ramsey, what's going on?
What's good, gentlemen? Ham, Damien, just wanted to call in. I know it's a little late, but it's still relevant. Just wanted to talk about the feel-good story of the weekend this week. And the PGA Club Pro Michael Block, the top 15 finish at the PGA Championship with a hole-in-one on Sunday at the 15th, qualified for next year's PGA Championship, and got flown out to Dallas this week to play in the Charles Schwab tournament as qualifying on a player's exemption for his top 15 finish that he had, and got love from Jordan with a text because he was wearing his shoes during the golf tournament.
Yeah, good stuff, Ramsey. Give that man a deal. Get that man a Jordan deal. He got a text from Michael Jordan. He said he got he was getting just tons and tons and tons of messages, and rightfully so. It really is a cool story what he was able to do this weekend, playing in that PGA as a club pro and playing the way that he did. Really, really, really cool story. Worth going out of your way to see the highlights. If you hadn't, really good stuff. Give that man a Jordan deal. That's what I say. Give that man a Jordan deal.
Yeah, I always love the PGA has that ability to have a guy come in and like have an incredible tournament. All of a sudden he gets like a 3-year, like basically like carte blanche. He gets to play in every tournament for like 3 years. I wish we had more of these stories like in the NBA. Like I wish the G League did more like tryout situations. Like we used to see it, but there are still G League tryouts, but they're not nearly as popular as they were like in the beginning when it was the D League. I would like to see that where it's possible for some rando off the street to show up, hit every shot for some reason, just have a crazy day, and then next thing you know, they're on the cusp of making a G League roster and then potentially an NBA roster. I think it's fun.
It definitely is. It definitely is. You know what else is fun is the California Classic. California Classic, which we expect to be back at the Golden One Center this July. Ham heard some rumors involving the California Classic that the San Antonio Spurs and Charlotte Hornets could be joining the group that plays here at California before heading to Las Vegas.
Yeah, I heard rumors this morning. And again, it's a rumor at this point because I haven't been able to confirm it. And I've heard that there's like, we're going to hear the details of the California Classic here, like a press release here in maybe the next week or two. Like there's something we'll have more of an understanding what's happening. But yeah, that the California Classic, it will be back at Golden One, which I do know. And then it's going to be potentially expanding to have a few more teams. And so what have we seen in the past? We always see the Miami Heat, the Los Angeles Lakers, and the Golden State Warriors, right? Yep. And then, of course, the Kings. Mm-hmm. So maybe a 6-man tournament, and 2 of those teams being the Charlotte Hornets and the San Antonio Spurs that are added. So anyway, it would be, I don't know that means that Victor Wembanyama is going to play in Sacramento, but you never know. It could also mean that Scoot Henderson is there, or Brandon Miller. So there's potential for something great. So as soon as I can get it like locked down, like we'll talk about it in more like definitive terms here. But that's what I'm hearing, that there is a lot of chatter that is actually happening, that those teams will be in Sacramento.
I watched something with Shams involving Brandon Miller. You know, those short little stadium posts he puts, like 6 minutes or whatever. I thought it came across pretty well. Again, it's edited, it's short, and it's Shams. So you could take that for whatever you want. I thought it came across pretty well. I was interested to hear what he had to say. You know, Scoot said, I think it was last week, yeah, I think I'm the number 1 pick. I think I could be the number 1 pick. You heard Brandon Miller say, yeah, I'm good enough to be the number 1 pick. But I love, you know, Brandon Miller kind of sheepishly adds 7'5", 8-foot wingspan, though. That's pretty nice. And he sings the praises of Victor Wembanyama. And so I only point that out because we brought to you may have read this, and you know, we certainly read it. We discussed it on the show, was how Brandon Miller is doing in interviews and how he looks, and how there's been some question about that. And that's one of the really frustrating things about the draft process is all of that could be true. Like Brandon Miller could look overweight. The interviews may not be going well. That could be 100% true. It could also not. And a lot of that stuff is leverage. A lot of that stuff is hoping to change someone's draft position. Like these general managers, through these media members, regularly they play a game with these athletes' lives, and where they get drafted is a huge part of their life. It involves, you know, where they live. It involves their salary. It involves what they make. It involves a lot. And you always hear stories about something not going well, workouts not going well, interviews not going well. And then the day of the draft, a player winds up exactly where you thought they were, because this was all a game that these teams were trying to play in hopes that the player would drop a little bit further in the draft and they would actually be the ones who'd be able to take them.
Well, I mean, I think the biggest like for Sacramento, it's the Tyrese Halliburton thing, where he could have gone as high as 2. And then he got to this range where his, like, according to people that I've talked to, like his people wouldn't share his medicals with a whole group of teams from like 3 all the way to 9, where they're like, look, just, we're okay with you not drafting him. And he, of course, was coming off wrist surgery. He got injured in his sophomore year at Iowa State. And so there was a lot of people that the Kings were trying to, I mean, not the Kings, that his agent was actually trying to push him to the Kings at 12, that they thought it was a perfect spot for him, and that he would be given like an opportunity to play major minutes in year 1. So like these things do happen. There's also, like, always look out for the players that you keep hearing could go top 3, and then they fall to number 19. Like a lot of that is agent play, a lot of it, where guys are really, really promoted heavily through their agencies. And then the day of the draft, the day before the draft, you might hear this, oh, it sounds like so-and-so is slipping down draft boards a little bit. It's like, well, they're slipping down draft boards because you put them at way too high of a spot in the draft board. Very rarely do we have the opposite, where a guy goes from number 20 all the way up to number 4. I mean, like, I can remember Dion Waiters, like, being a guy who wouldn't even work out for teams and was considered around like number 20, and he ended up in the top 5. And I can remember Johnny Flynn, who was supposed to be more like a 15 to 20 pick. And next thing you know, he jumped all the way up to whatever, number 4, number 5, the Ricky Rubio. Him and were both drafted by Minnesota. No, at 5 and 6, right? So it's the Tyreek Evans draft. They're the next 2 picks after Tyreek. And then they miss bad because Steph is right after that.
Yeah, and I mean, shoot, you go back to last year. It was Jabari until hours before. Just kidding. It's Paolo. We asked for weeks. How is Paolo Banchero not the number one? Like, what are we missing? Like, Jabari looks cool, but how is Paolo Banchero not the number 1 pick in the draft? Then all of a sudden you hear Paolo Banchero is the number 1 pick in the draft. And Orlando kind of did the, we kept it a secret. And there's been rumors they've said, oh, we could stick it to Houston along the way. Then that's what we do.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what did that do to Jabari? For weeks, he's the number 1 pick in the draft until suddenly he's not. What does that do to him?
They don't care because he's not their player.
And that's my point. That's my point, is be careful what you read, be careful what you take seriously. Because
except for with Victor, he's going number 1. There's no question.
I don't believe this is a ploy by virtually the entire NBA media to ensure that the placement of Victor Wembanyama. He's certainly going number 1.
Yeah, and you know what, you mentioned something earlier, and I was going to get back to it, and I forgot when we were talking about Steve Kerr and then Popovich and Popovich hanging out and waiting, and like this has happened and stuff. I'd also point out, like, this, it's something that I think may have been slightly missed, but Greg actually lost his wife to cancer in 2018. So I think his life changed dramatically, and like sticking around became more of a necessity for at least a year or two while like you're through the recovery process and stuff like that. So I'm glad he's still coaching, and I'm glad that he's sticking around to see this next iteration. And I'm also, if I'm every top tier assistant in the league, or if I'm Monty Williams, I'm doing everything in my power to slide onto that Greg Popovich coaching staff.
Doubt. Yeah.
Because you're going to have, somebody's going to be the heir apparent that gets to coach Victor Wembanyama in like year 2, year 3, year 4, whenever it is. It's coming, and it's not that far off. I mean, Popovich is, I think he's 75.
Man, is he really that old? Wow.
Yeah.
Could you? I do think it's a long shot. Could you imagine if Victor Wembanyama's first NBA basketball game is played at the Golden One Center, and what that's going to look like?
Yeah, because it already happened. It was called LeBron James.
Yeah, we saw that. Yeah,
and I'll make sure that my guy Sean Cunningham. He's 74.
That's is that the that's not the autograph story, is it?
Yes,
that is. Oh, that was opening night. That's the autograph
LeBron
story.
James. Yeah, the great. That, I mean, that's off the record. So
it's off the record. Well, no, wait a minute. I think that happened on a. I think that story was told on a regular podcast.
Yeah.
It was definitely told on a happy hour.
It's an amazing story. Like
it's incredible.
For those who have no idea what we're talking about. The first
Fox 40 is going to hear this and fire Sean over it.
The first game that Sean of LeBron James's career, Sean was covering, and had got audio from the locker room, and had an audio device that actually like sent a digital link. And he was trying to get this audio to download. And while he was standing there courtside after the game, trying to get audio to download, looking down at his recorder, LeBron James came over and signed an autograph for a young man and his grandmother standing right next to Sean. And Sean wasn't paying attention. And Sean happened to have a program from the first game underneath his recorder. It was something he had like he was carrying it, and LeBron grabbed it out of his hand and signed it and handed it back to Sean. And we're not allowed as media members to ask players for autographs. And then Sean just
Or
looked
sneakers.
at LeBron like, bro, I'm not allowed to take that. And LeBron is 19 years old and has no idea. It's his first game, and hands it back to Sean. And Sean's like looking at, and the people from the radio are looking at Sean, and Sean's looking at them like, I don't know what is happening. And so Sean has a autographed Game 1 LeBron James from that first opening night.
That's awesome.
And he just had that frame last year.
That's awesome.
I don't think we were supposed to tell that story, but sorry, Sean, we told that story.
I'm pretty sure is that where I heard it was the happy hour? That can't be the only place
the happy
I
hour.
heard it. I definitely heard it on the happy hour. Do you have any LeBron James autographs?
No.
I got LeBron's. It wasn't for me. I bought 2 Olympic jerseys. I bought them in China.
Okay.
I bought a LeBron and I bought Kobe, and my intention was to get them signed at the hotel. And I didn't get either one of them signed, but I brought the LeBron one with me the next time they were in Sacramento, and he signed it for me, but I gave it to my best friend and my godson, who are huge Cleveland Cavaliers fans. And I never got the Kobe. I still have the Kobe jersey. But it's like it wasn't to wear, it was to get autographs. So it's like a 4X. So it's not, I can't do anything with it. But I have that Kobe Olympic jersey that I got from China that I never got to get signed. It's an autograph I didn't get.
Yeah.
In any event, shame on Sean. We'll report when Sean Cunningham has been fired for something that happened 20 years ago with a different company.
Yeah.
You said something earlier, and you've actually said it twice this weekend, and you said it yesterday, or this week, excuse me. You said it yesterday, and I didn't really ask you to expand on it, but you said it again today when we were talking about the Kings and room for improvement and guys who can improve, and what steps this team could take to be better. And you've mentioned De'Aaron Fox twice.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm curious, like, what do you want to see better from De'Aaron Fox? Or let me rephrase that. What do you think we can see better, or what do you think we could see different from De'Aaron Fox next year?
Okay, so first up, I think
because clearly he's not doing enough for you, so I want to make sure.
No, I think he's doing a ton. Like I think he had a very, very good season, and I think where I believe that he can improve, number one, he can be a better 3-point shooter, which he understands. And it's something he's going to work on nonstop during the offseason, right? It's something that he always works on, but it's something that he's going to focus on. But I also think that, like we've talked about this in the past, like the leveling out of the ups and downs. And when you reach a certain point, we always talk about, like, okay, so when you get into the league, you want to make the starting 5, right? And if you're a first-round pick, a high first-round pick, you're like, okay, I want to be all rookie. I want all those things. But then you get to a certain point in your career where you're just like, for De'Aaron, you're like a near all-star level player, and you couldn't get over the hump. He got over the hump this year.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's got to all NBA. Now he's played in the playoffs. Like he now understands that there's a different, first of all, you need better players around you to help you along the way, for sure. But there's also a point where you understand that the game gets more difficult, and the intensity gets bigger, and the moments get bigger. And I think he just understood all of that, and he rose to the occasion. And clearly he had the finger issue, which was a problem, which limited who he was in the final couple of games of the playoffs. But what we were able to see from him was pretty spectacular. And I think that he's a player that is going to learn and take from this season in particular what it's like to get that kind of fanfare, to get that kind of love. And he's going to embrace it, and he's going to make that the new standard for him. And that's how I think he can get better. And I think he can get better by being more efficient, by being a better leader, by being a better defensive player. But these are all things that he's gotten better at as we've moved along throughout his career. And I think he'll just take another logical step. And it's from the step from all-star, fringe all-star, to all-star who gets in on a medical replacement, to a full-fledged all-star. and an all NBA player that like wants to cement his place among the top 15 players in the league. And I think we're going to see that step from De'Aaron Fox. And whether that's 27 points and 8 assists a game, or it's right around the same, 25 and 6 or 25 and 7, we're just going to see it be better. It's going to be more consistent. It's going to be every night. It's going to be just the version of him that we keep seeing that keeps improving.
So to kind of take something Kyle Draper said earlier about what the Kings did this year won't be good enough next year. And he went on to talk about the West and all that. We could talk about that tomorrow. But we take that and isolate it off of the Kings and put it on De'Aaron. De'Aaron does what he did this year next year. Is that good enough to be an all-NBA player? Good enough to be an all-star?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and once you get there,
because
there.
I wonder how much the story,
you mean if they're not the feel-good stories,
right?
Yeah. I mean, I still think that they're going to be like this team.
Like, does he have to be that much better because of that? Because
maybe.
of the story?
Yeah, this team looks like a team that's set up over the next like 4 or 5 years to be anywhere from 2 to 6.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think getting to 1, I mean, they would have to have some sort of major adjustment happen. Like someone big would have to walk in the door, or something extraordinary would have to happen with a guy like Keegan Murray or something for you to take the leap.
Or Jokic is gone for 82 games.
Yeah, someone's gone. Yeah. But I mean, to be a legit number 1,
mm-hmm.
So that's where I would look. And, people can say, well, what do you mean he can get better, right? His stats could be the same, but he's a better player. And I would point to this, and like, don't think of this as I'm comparing De'Aaron Fox to Michael Jordan, but in like year 3 of Michael Jordan's career, he averaged 37.1 points per game. He never averaged 37 points a game ever again. And it took until I think year 8 for him to win a championship. And each of those championship years, he was like really, really exceptional, but they weren't nearly as good statistically as some of his earlier seasons. And you can be a much better player without the statistics showing it. But everyone else in the building can see it and feel it, whether it's you're a better defensive player, you're more efficient, or you're better in big moment situations. Like, there's a way that you mature and grow into the player you're going to be, and you just become better. And so that's what I expect from him. I expect him to be a better version of himself. And he still is a player with the most untapped potential, in my opinion, on that roster outside of Keegan Murray. Like Keegan Murray, it's because his starting point is at 12 points a game and a rookie, and we know that he can be much better than that.
Mm-hmm. You've always comped De'Aaron Fox to Russell Westbrook.
Yeah.
And one, it still checks out. It still works. But the great footnote to this is, in terms of like where they were in their career, next season for Russell Westbrook would in terms of how many years they were in their career, that was when Russ went from 23 points per game, 21 points per game to 28 points per game.
Mm-hmm.
And he was 28, 7, and 8 in that run. He had already been an all-star. He had been an all-star 3 times at that point, but his game in his 6-7 season elevated. And Kenny and I were looking at this earlier because that obviously, I'm a Russell Westbrook guy. That comp is always stuck in my head, and looking at what De'Aaron could do next. If you stuck with the comp of Russell Westbrook, you see, oh my God, he continues on this track. And again, if you look at it, the numbers pan out year after year after year after year with the De'Aaron and Russell Westbrook comp. He could, I mean, in the next year, the following year, his points per game went down, but his assists went to double digits for the first time. Then the year after that, of course, that's when Kevin Durant was gone. He went to 31 points per game, 10 assists, 10 rebounds, won the MVP. But I love that comp, and I love, because I know De'Aaron Fox is also a Russell Westbrook fan. I love that comp and what it could potentially mean if it continues to track the same way for De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah, like, and just because I don't think De'Aaron's ever going to be the rebounder that Russell is, but that doesn't mean that he can't be equally as good or equally as effective as Westbrook. Like I've always thought De'Aaron has a much better shot selection than Russ. Neither one of them have ever been great perimeter shooters, but even Fox, I would take Fox's mid-range jump shot over Russ's most of the time. And I just think that, like, we can't look at them like it's not going to be a disappointment if he doesn't reach the level that Russ reached statistically.
Mm-hmm.
And I also don't think he's ever going to be on a team where it's literally just him and a guy like Durant. Like, because that's not how the Kings are built. That's not with Sabonis. It's going to be him and Sabonis, but that's not going to be a situation where, like, where I got in trouble with Russ and KD years ago, where I asked him about, 3 games in a row in the Western Conference Finals, they shot a combined 59 shots.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that that's going to be who the Kings become, where it's just these two guys shooting all of the shots. That's a lot of shots.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know that he'll continue to hit all of those markers, but I expect him to be a better player this coming year.
Well, and there were some pretty drastic changes in here. If I could see De'Aaron continuing to hit these markers, but the numbers just went incredible when Kevin Durant left. Like his entire role with the Oklahoma City Thunder had to change when Kevin Durant left, and that's why you saw 1, 2, 3, 4 straight years of averaging 10 plus assists. That's why, it was 3 straight years of averaging a triple double. Like that's why that happened. But De'Aaron is still a fascinating, what if. De'Aaron is still not a what if. He's a fascinating what's next, because I think we're also from people who have watched him from jump, we're also happy for him to finally have this moment where he's recognized as one of the league's, great players. You're a top 15 player. You're an all-pro player. That's the category that you're in. And now it's like, okay, that's cool. He's not going to settle. So what's next? And now it's a year under his belt of not only playing with Domantas Sabonis, but playing with Mike Brown as well. It's his first year in the NBA, playing with a competent team for an entire season, playing, with playoff, having playoff expectations, quiet playoff expectations during the season. Now those playoff expectations next year are going to be really loud. And this is what I think all of us talked about towards the end of last season, when it was clear that the Sacramento Kings are going to make the playoffs, was enjoy this moment, enjoy how you feel, enjoy the Portland game when it's clinched and all of that, because next year it's not going to feel like this.
Mm-hmm.
Next year, the Sacramento Kings are going to be a bigger story in the NBA. And we could talk about the Western Conference and all of that tomorrow, because you brought up something that I think is a much longer discussion. But the Sacramento Kings have a very real chance of being near the top of this conference, as you just said, 2-6. Next year, I can see them closer to the 2 spot, again, for reasons that'll take a long time to explain. So we'll talk about them tomorrow. But another reason that he could potentially step up, you talk about untapped potential with De'Aaron, it's on that defensive end. Like, just this year, we saw growth on the defensive end. I'd argue we saw a lot of growth on the defensive end. We've always known what he's been capable of doing offensively. We've seen him take steps in his growth on the offensive end. This was the first time where it was like he was consistently a better defender. This is what Doug Christie's been talking about for years. We saw signs of that. We saw a lot of signs of that. We saw regular play of him being a two-way player, of him being a strong defender. That to me, when you talk about room for growth, that might be where the most room for growth is on that defensive side of the ball.
Well, and I'll also point something out too. Like, defense is a funny thing, right? So the Kings are one of the worst defensive teams in the NBA, no question. Like I'm not going to defend anything that happened. They were bad defensively, but I kind of look at it the same way we talked about Jason Tatum earlier. When the 3-point shots start falling for his teammates, for him and his teammates, but for his teammates, that's when the space is created, right? So with De'Aaron Fox, I'll kind of flip it the other side. If you had better defenders around him, it would actually help him be a better defender. Like that's the way it works. Like if you have great defenders flanking you, if you have better length and athleticism around you, then it does help you become a better defender. It closes some of the gaps, some of the spacing that the other team is dealing with. It gives you like the inline drive behind you. Like it gives you more confidence to stay in front of your player, but also knowing that you have someone behind you that can block a shot. That changes the way that you defend. And if they are able to put better defenders around him, I expect him to even take a bigger step defensively. Because having those guys, not having to cover somebody or not playing out of position, not running over, trying to help, and then having to get back to your guy, all of these things play into, if you can raise the level overall of the team, you can be better. And so I think he's a guy that needs shooters to be at his best as an offensive player, but he also could use length and athleticism for him to be his best on the defensive end around him. Like I think if you can add the right players around him, it doesn't matter how far a quarterback can throw a football. If he doesn't have a left tackle, he's in trouble. Right. And so I feel like a lot of the time that we claim that this guy's a bad defender, that guy's a bad defender. Well, it's very possible that like De'Aaron Fox looks like a much worse defender because the guy to his right and the guy to his left are leaving the gaps too big. They're not closing up space. They're not doing the things that they need to do that makes life simpler for him to defend. And so I expect them to really attack this type of issue in free agency through the draft and through trade coming up.
A coach once told me it's really tough to be critical of guys on the defensive end. Now, obviously, there are times where it's very clear the defender missed something or just got beat.
Yeah.
But a lot of times, the way it was explained to me is kind of what you just said. You don't know what his teammates were supposed to do. He could have played that exactly the way the coaches taught him to play it and told him to play it and demanded that he play it and practiced that he played it. And two other guys missed what they were supposed to do, or one other guy missed what they were supposed to do, or they were just slow at it. Sometimes that stuff is easier to spot than others. And then sometimes you just see, whew, it got beat. That's sometimes pretty easy to spot. But you talked about, one thing that I keep getting hung up on, but I don't know how much better this team is going to be defensively next year.
I think they're going to be better. Like, I think but again, I told you, I look at the limitations of the guards and I see that there's a problem. Like your best defensive guard is going to play 15 minutes a night. That's not enough to make an impact. It doesn't matter how good defensively Kessler Edwards is. If he doesn't play, he can't be great defensively.
Davion really has to make defenses pay, because in the biggest moment of the season, the Warriors said, go ahead.
Yeah. Beat
Shoot
us.
it.
Yeah. What are you going to do?
Go ahead. Because 5 ain't going to do it. Go ahead. And he made them pay in game 1. He hit a huge 3 in game 1 and game 1 or 2. I can't remember which one, but he hit a huge 3. But that was kind of it. And they let him shoot those final couple of games, two of the final 3 games of the series. They go ahead, shoot it. And he did. And they kept playing him the same way. And that's he has to make them pay. And I know there were times he tried to veer away from that 3-point shot and attack the basket. And the downside, and I appreciate that mindset, but the downside to that is they were just there waiting for him. It's like, we'll let you shoot. Oh, go ahead, drive, because there's 3 of us here. And it just put him in a bad spot. Put Davion in a really, really bad spot.
Yeah, and that's why I keep saying, like, it's possible that like they do make other adjustments in that backcourt. Like it's possible that we don't see the same starting lineup. It's possible that we see a different backup point guard. Like I think if you're going to get better defensively, you need more length, you need more athleticism, and you need more 3-point shooting. That comes at every single position. That's not just at the small forward or the 5. Like you need that at every single position on the court. And that's what I think the Kings are going to do. They're going to attack this in a very specific way, and they're going to try to get better. And so, I mean, we already know they're chasing Sasha Vezenkov really tough, really hard. But
he's not exactly Akeem Olajuwon, though, is he?
But he's none of these things that they outside of the 3-point shooting. But it does allow you, if you have Sasha, it makes you have the ability to go get a more defensive-minded 5 or more defensive-minded 3, because all of a sudden you aren't losing your shooting when you go to the bench. And so, yeah, I mean, it's just a piece to the puzzle, but it's really complicated, and they've got a lot of work to do to put it together. And I expect, again, like 30-40% of the roster to change. And that's not because I don't think that like these guys don't deserve jobs or something. It's that you got to keep improving and keep adjusting, and you know what you need. You know the length and the athleticism you need. You got to go get it. And it doesn't matter how you do it, but you got to do it.
Davion holds down the defensive end with Malik and Sasha. Feels like you could use one more.
Well, that's, again, that's where I'm saying, like, if you're going to re-sign Trey Lyles and try to go side by side, Trey Lyles and Sasha Vezenkov as a 4-5 combo off the bench, you better have crazy length and athleticism at the 1 and at the 3, like crazy.
That's not Davion, though. Oh, James trying to trade Davion again. Dang it, James. Come on,
I'm not
man.
trying to do anything.
No, like seeing it's a puzzle, man. Seeing how you put all of this together with, the strengths of the guys on your roster, and in some cases the limitations of guys on your roster, it's tough. It's tough. It'll be fun to watch. It'll certainly be fun to follow. James did, I believe, 9 podcasts in the last 24 hours or so. If you haven't caught up on the Kings Beat, it is available for you. A fun listen with Sean Cunningham and James Ham, and then Brendan makes a run in on his vacation. That's available
from Mississippi River.
You gotta hear that story. It made me. I was working on today's show when Brendan said that, because I wasn't watching live, and I looked at the screen like, really? And what was you like? No, Brendan, that's you gotta go watch it. It's funny. It got a pop out of me. It made me laugh. So make sure you check out the Kings Beat. Make sure you become a premium subscriber over there at thekingsbeat.com as well. Subscribe to the podcast wherever you get it from. Subscribe to the D-Lo and KC podcast. That way, in case you missed anything, you can run it back, which we'll do here on the Odyssey app in 1320 a.m. Much more ahead here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Excellent job, gentlemen. Great stuff. Before we go, I starred this because I wanted to make sure Sydney knew. Sydney Dean, I laughed at this when you said we heard the story in Sean's new book. If I did ask for an autograph, this is how I would do it, which is an incredible reference for those that get it. That's very funny.
There was once a guy who asked for an autographed shoe, and it became a really interesting situation.
Is that where they tried to hide it under their...
They like along their side. Yeah. Oh my God. That was hilarious. Like someone gives you a shoe and you're like, oh, that's cool. And then you realize that a size 18 shoe is it's
hard to be discreet with that.
It's so, or 16, whatever Carl Landry wears. It's a huge shoe. Like there's no way to hide it. Can't just tuck that under your shirt and try to sneak out the side door. Nope.
All right, man. Let's we appreciate you guys. Hey, there you go. Go Giants. We'll do that. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Thanks for hanging out with us this week. We'll have a fun show tomorrow. Again, we'll have a long weekend. We'll be off Friday. I'm sure James is sick of seeing me, so we'll get through our 4 hours, and then we'll let James go get on his boat. So we'll be off Friday, obviously Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then we've got a plan for Tuesday. I'll tell you this because I'm confident I can tell you this now. Chris Haynes is going to be with us Tuesday. It's just a question in what capacity. But we got some plans with our man Chris. So Chris will definitely be with us on Tuesday. Appreciate you guys, man. Have a great rest of your day. We'll see you here tomorrow. We'll close out the week strong.